Why we're...
I need Conradson to stop pulling ads.
Yeah, Conrad,
Come,
move up.
come up here.
I can't. I'm just.
Move
Oh, they're
up.
coming out of the sewer.
No,
they're coming out of
come
the sewer.
over here.
Right here,
Yes,
right here,
right here.
with the
Top
other
of
dude.
you.
You're okay. We got you.
Oh, I see what's going on.
God, your hand's sweaty.
Nah, I was just trying to stall. I need my
Mom's
cooldown.
spaghetti.
Oops.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. Almost there. It's the SKB. All right, perfect.
God, you're like Knight and Darkheart ticket.
Bro.
Oh, come on, lay off that. That wasn't just him. I pulled one of those back.
I know, it was a Divine Storm one time. It was... So you don't ever fuck up. So I can hang. I have to hang on to the one time you did.
Oh
What's
my
this
God.
priest? Hello?
Hello?
Shockwave. Crowd control.
Conrad, get in the fucking circle.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Guys, gotta make sure he's behind us.
Fucking out there about to die.
Shockwave.
Fuck's sakes.
No way.
Shockwave.
What? What got you a shade?
Crowd control.
Yeah.
No! He was targeting me and I spell reflected. Is it still up? Yes. No! Fuck! It dropped as soon as it did.
Shockwave.
Oh man, it's fun to feel over here. Fuck.
Crowd control.
Make sure you do a good job cleaning, stacking melee.
What's that? Oh,
What you're doing.
oh motherfucker.
Shockwave.
Trona the Tides.
Who's following this priest?
Shockwave. Shockwave.
No! Fucking bitch.
Fuck, Naze. Trying to pinch me up.
What? What are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, go hose down
Jesus
the pond,
Christ.
dog. Go hose in the bottles, whatever.
Priest
Oh,
died
I
again.
will.
Shockwave. Crowd control.
Oh, I got a meatball for this motherfucker.
Bro.
Shockwave. Crowd control. Shockwave. Crowd control.
I'm still burning. Dude, I can't do any damage with you guys.
I told you.
Shockwave.
That's crazy.
Two mines? Holy
Everything
fuck.
dies so fast. Yo, I did. Let me see how much it did. I bet you it was huge. Boss fight. How's your man? 507k meatball.
Crowd control.
That's a spicy meatball.
That's a spicy meatball.
Knife, how many are you doing on each one?
I haven't done any of my rogue this week at all.
Are you doing 8, 4, and then 4 on everything else?
Yeah, he still needs to do 8.
Why don't you just spam the dungeon?
Huh?
Do you have it on... Are you still missing 2 daggers, or you need them both on 489?
I need 1 dagger at a myth track.
Oh.
And a pair of boots on mid track and a belt
Boots
on
and
mid track. So I still need 3 things. So I have to do 8.
Now we're getting another tins, right?
See.
Thank you, Lord.
control.
What, on the crappy ones?
Hey,
Whoa, bro.
I'll have you know my monk is 469 after Tuesday.
Has
Yeah.
69.
I mean, shit, we could be rolling 18s.
Control.
We can. Knife, you want to come?
What do you guys do?
He's like, night.
No.
No. No.
Maybe one.
Maybe one.
Let me look.
Sound like one of my aunties.
I'll be as hell tomorrow morning.
Oh, hell yeah. What time is it? 2? Hold on, I gotta do the finger counting. Oh man, that's 8.5 hours if I go right now and fall asleep in 1 minute.
Shockwave. Crowd control.
Dude, that's plenty. I mean, you're good. 2 more hours.
You only need 6 hours. It's okay.
Dude, I mean, I gotta work on 4 sometimes even 2.
Ew.
Yeah.
You're not
On 2, it's not too fun, but.
2. I'd throw up.
Shockwave.
I'm getting comfortable. with it.
I'll make
A
sure
little-
to you
little
have my
gag
dog
action.
in the bathroom for you.
Wait, who the fuck is this?
That's Chin.
That's me.
Wait, Chin has a Shadow Priest?
No
No.
shadow priest.
Who's
in
the Shadow? Bro, oh
You
my
are.
god.
Wait, am I
What?
benched?
You're the Shadow Priest.
You're the
What the
shadow
fuck?
priest.
No, my shit's bugged.
No.
Would you guys have a spot?
We have a
Still?
spot.
Oh
Defensive.
shit! What do you guys?
It's
you guys
weird
do
because when I
babies?
clip, it takes my name out, but that.
I'm gonna bring my. Wait. What item levels we fucking with?
Doesn't matter. Well, it does, but
Is it baby keys?
It's baby keys.
Oh yeah, like 454 evoker, 460 to 470 evoker.
more like 454 confirmed. Still got you in the group though.
Funny. We've left too.
God,
Yeah,
Pips
you're
is
fine
gonna
at
drop.
454.
Hey, what's going on?
Get on a tune, bruh.
I'm getting on one. I'm loading in. I'm in. I'm on Alexia.
Wait, how did my item level drop? Oh, my trinket. That's what.
In one season, I had 2,800 items.
Defensive.
Let me see.
I don't have one.
I don't even have a key.
I have a key. 18 TOT.
I'm gonna check my vault. I gotta get that thing out.
You have cooldowns, Indy.
5 seconds.
Defensive. Watch your step controls. Shockwave. Crowd control. Shockwave. Shockwave. Shockwave.
What the heck? Wait, I need invite.
Defensive. Crowd control. Defensive. Crowd control. Crowd control.
I'm gonna go get some candy.
Defensive. Defensive.
we go.
Just go all the way to the top.
Alright, I'm back. I have a lollipop that I got. I know it's gonna just shred my mouth up. Because last night. Wait, what key are we doing?
Because last night, what?
We don't know yet.
Last night I burned the roof of my mouth on some bagel bites.
Oh, shit. Oh, bagel bites, dude. They're the best.
Yeah, but they're like molten hot in the center.
Yeah, that's why you have to let them literally sit for like 5 minutes. And even
That's
then, blow on them.
Big boy right there.
Oh, work.
That's a big boy. Holy shit.
So, there's like an alarming amount of blood coming from my mouth today. It's not good.
That's not
Stop
good.
sucking so much wiener.
Bro.
I can't. Right now, at least. It'd be a bloodbath if I did.
Knocking back.
I'm not really sure what conversation I walked back into.
Yeah.
Talking about,
Nothing.
They were talking about penis.
Tides, anyone?
Okay. Mace wants to talk about it.
Dude, what do you mean? It always gravitates to that anyway.
Nace, what's your
I
key?
wonder why.
Have you
Nice.
seen what happened in shitpost?
Nace and Knight, what are your keys?
Let me ask you.
I have 18 TOT.
Oh,
She gave me one.
AT&T?
guess we're going to Trone.
18 TOT.
I have a 15 dark
That's
heart.
a
Party's
trigger
like, I can
word.
port that for you, bro.
Yeah, come on.
You said you have a 15 dark heart?
I do.
Let's go there. What the?
I am. I don't know.
What is happening?
Meditating. I get blamed for the fucking poll.
It's
I'm just gonna sit at start.
fine.
Sit at start. Instead of SOS, it's SAS. Sit at start.
It's AFK.
Yep. BRB. Cat has bag.
They're good. Can I get a shout?
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Defensive. Watch your step.
Man, you think it's funny, but for them, that shit's the scariest thing in the universe. They're being chased by a plastic devil.
Hold up! I literally saw a video of a cat in a bag, and I was like, "Oh!"
I posted one that night.
No, I saw one on Facebook like Wednesday or something. Oh, it was funny as shit.
They just lose all their intelligence and just panic.
There was also one. Someone said they put catnip in the humidifier, and the cat is literally like sitting there huffing the shit out of it and pawing it.
Step.
Jesus.
Catnip is fun.
What is it about catnip that makes cats like?
Watch your step.
It's drugs,
Oh,
baby.
no.
Get it?
There's a compound in it, just like in weed for humans.
Just
Never
crack.
had a cat, so
Defensive.
My cat loved that shit.
I had a cat until my parents took it to the pound.
Oh,
Similar to cheese for humans as well.
Jeez.
Yeah, cheese actually has a chemical like that breaks down the brain that releases high dopamine.
yeah, and it's
which is
tearing
like-
you apart from the inside. Well,
Well, if you're allergic to it or lactose intolerant,
yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna say if you're Faye.
what about
What's in
Oreos?
that?
Oreos has to have something
What?
in there.
That's just sugar.
Oreos is crack, dude.
Golden Oreos are crack.
Oh, I love golden bananas. Yes.
It is something in the recipe because there are addiction centers that help with Oreo addiction.
Zone out. It's on normal.
For myself.
I got sent out on a special shopping trip to buy Oreos tonight.
What flavor?
Original. Because it was after 10 o'clock and I could only buy them from the fucking gas station. They're not even double stuff.
I was gonna say, did you
I
get
don't like
double
dou-
stuff?
I don't like double stuffed ones. The OG ones.
Double stuffed chocolate. Oh.
No.
The
Go.
mint ones. The mint
Getting
ones are the
the
bomb for me.
AMZ.
Listen, if I want to brush my teeth, I'll brush my teeth, alright?
They make like
You
I-
should
I-
brush your
I
teeth
don't even have
anyways.
mint toothpaste. I
Wait,
don't like.
what?
No, I hate mint.
Oh my god.
I just use steel wool.
Oh. Oh fuck.
I use lemon ginger toothpaste. That's just
Yo,
as spicy
that
and
sounds
refreshing.
fire.
Comet flavor
is.
or original?
What's
I was
that?
thinking like it was she.
Dude, I want that scope shit.
Brush your teeth with like the fruity shit, like as a kid, and then as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, that's awesome.
And then I have
What
a
brand?
cinnamon one.
Oh,
I can
damn,
do
I
that.
love cinnamon. Why
I
do I
can
not
do
do
that.
that?
Safe now.
I just buy
Boca
mint.
toothpaste.
If you had
BOKA.
the red velvet Chips Ahoy. Oh.
No.
Those are. Ooh.
Dude, I'm all about the crest scope.
Wait, Oreos makes like a cake stir version of it now, like a soft
the fuck?
version, like a whoopie pie.
Whoopie
What did you
your
call
ass.
Hey, we plus tweet that.
Yeah, it was pretty close, like 17 seconds.
Alright. Nace is
I'll use
last. Who's the hunter?
Knife.
Knife party?
Uh,
Well,
Oh.
good thing there's
not my
no
Where's the
incarnation.
it's Nace's key.
That's no, nope, that's not my key.
I don't
Yes.
have any.
It's a 16. Oh, 15. What the fuck? My thing lagged.
What is it really? I didn't even check.
15.
Oh, okay.
Thought it said 16.
Oh, I don't have mystery. Ah, shouldn't be a problem.
But we just we're not doing it anymore.
I'm a baby.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm.
$450. What the fuck is this class?
Busted.
Way busted.
What the fuck? Oh, Star Shower. Nice.
Wait.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I rolled into other shit. Don't roll.
Oh, Jesus.
You guys are supposed to be dead already.
No.
Demus, you want to do 18 fall?
Sure. Drink.
What the fuck? Sorry. That was me.
Oh shit.
That was me.
Who broke the trap?
Oh, there go the fireworks. Pre-party has commenced.
For the engagement?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so not thrilled. I hate fireworks.
Yeah.
The fucking mage's main is 3613.
Ooh.
God damn.
All right. Yeah. Well.
Not me, not me.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we'll be right. Uh-oh. I don't know about this. Oh my god, I pulled everything. Oh my god, guys, fire me. Fire me. Holy shit.
How did you pull all that?
I panicked.
Oh my god.
Now it's on Nace knife. That was
Jesus.
everything. Knife
I'm
was
really sorry.
dying inside.
I stayed way back that one.
Knife has muted himself. Just pull that over here.
Ah! Ah!
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Oh yeah.
Easy there, Heimer.
Mm-hmm.
Demus, you need any gear from here? Oh, he's He's muted.
Hey, he muted. I didn't mute. He did.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways. We must follow.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The infinite dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways. We must follow.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll find a way to stop them.
Watch your step. Ground control.
He just had to take his feather nays.
Hmm? What do you mean, Ali? Was it already there before I moved?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice.
Watch your step.
Dragon that can fly took the DK's feather.
I didn't even see. I'm so sorry.
We will keep the reinforcements at bay while you take care of their
A
commander.
little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Watch your step.
Be business now, baby.
Ground control. Watch your step. Ground control. Watch your step. Spread.
Have you guys heard of the trolley problem?
No.
Where you gotta pick who lives and who dies?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Explain.
Alright, so there's an out of control train or trolley on a track. And someone that you don't know has
Spread.
tied 5 people to the track. And you know, without a shadow of a doubt, those 5 people will die if nothing happens. There's a switch where you can switch, and you are by this switch. You can throw the switch and divert the train onto a secondary track. However, there's one person
okay.
tied up on the secondary track. So, do you
Watch your step.
throw the switch to save the 5 people but kill the one person, or do you not throw the switch and the 5 people die, but you're, now you're not involved in the situation and it's not your fault, whatever happens?
I moved
Well, I
the
want-
single person over with the other
Nope,
5 and
not
let
an
it hit all
option.
6 of them.
Not an
Do I
option.
get to know about the 5 people
Nope.
on the track?
Nope, you don't know them. They're strangers. All of them are strangers. You're not involved in the situation other than that you happen to just find yourself. It's a philosophical.
Well, it'd make Bill
like,
Gates proud if
didn't
thought
let
you
me
went to
finish.
5.
So
I
You know what I mean?
I throw the switch and save 4 lives instead of
This will take us
yeah.
some time.
okay.
Usually it's something like one younger person versus 5 people in their 60s or something.
Well, no, I mean
Make it more difficult.
that part of it doesn't matter. I don't think. So okay, so you would throw the switch and kill one person to save 5.
Yes.
Okay. So suppose a similar situation, and there is a train, out of control train barreling down the tracks. The 5 people are definitely going to die, and there's no secondary track, but you're on a bridge over the tracks, and there is an extremely fat man next to you on the bridge. and you're certain that if you push this fat man onto the bridge, that he will stop the train and save the 5 people.
What the fuck?
Just follow me, all right? So
Okay.
if you push this man onto the train tracks from the bridge, right, he'll stop the train, and the 5 people will be saved, but the 1 man will die. What do?
Save the 5 people.
You push the man over the bridge?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't even know where we're at anymore, honestly.
It's pretty straightforward, man. There's a fucking train, and 5 people are gonna die if you don't do anything, and your only option is to kill the fatty. What do you do?
Kill the fatty.
Why not just ask the conductor to stop?
That's not an option.
That's a fucked up conductor.
Alright, so if that's the case, if you would
I'd get my phone,
Time to
take a
go.
video,
so,
post on Facebook.
so in your mind, 5 lives are worth more than 1 life.
Correct.
Okay. No matter the situation.
Correct.
So
Well, if they're like
suppose-
80 and on their deathbed.
No. All right. So
No, we don't have
suppose-
specifics about the people.
Yeah, you don't know the people. All right. So there's a hospital. All right. There's 5 patients who are deathly ill on the transplant list, and they're going to die if they don't get transplants. One of them needs a heart. One of them needs a liver. You know, they need
What the
different
hell?
organs. All right. So somebody needs
I'm gonna have fucking nightmares.
a lung. Somebody needs a lung transplant. All right. So there's 5 people in this hospital. They're gonna die if they don't get organ transplants. Do you kill 1 healthy person?
No.
Why not?
Because their body, nature, and I'm sorry.
But you killed the
but
fat guy to save the 5 people on the train. track.
Uh-oh.
the other people on the train didn't have organ failure.
Well, what makes their situation different?
Those people were healthy
The fat
too.
guy was never gonna die.
Sorry, what?
You said that he was big enough to stop it. You never said he was going to die.
Right, yeah, the fat guy
Second-
would have lived a happy life if it wasn't for you pushing him off and
Yes,
stopping the
but
train.
you have 5 people who are sick and already dying, and then you're talking
Right.
about killing 1 innocent person.
Okay.
Nature has already taken its course. Why would I
Why wasn't
intervene?
the fat guy? Why wasn't the fat guy innocent?
First of all, how they
Gluttony
let
is a
themselves get stuck?
I mean, I didn't even think about the
Contract
fat
in the
part,
first place.
so
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. The only reason in the thought experiment that he's fat is so that he'll stop the train, right? You can just imagine that he's in a car that's, big enough to stop the train, but you got.
I just imagined him as like He-Man Hulk.
Yeah, sure, whatever. It doesn't matter.
And in
Eddie
my
Hall.
head, I thought he would probably want to save them if he was on the track and saw it happening.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you want to save 5 lives with your,
Not
Man,
for
I'm
a
already a
healthy
donor.
person.
That's what you're getting at.
huh?
I'm
Not
already
for
a
a healthy
donor.
person.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. I was kind of curious to see what other people's takes would be in each situation because it's
I
pretty.
think
I think in the first situation, it's pretty obvious that you pull the lever, right? Like if somebody's gonna die, right? It's either you choose 1 person dies or you choose 5 people die.
I want all of them to die.
But
And,
you
like-
also you
Okay, Bill Gates.
precipice innocent in the second one.
We should probably
where
interrupt
you gave
some of
them,
these.
You gave them the young person context for the first time when choosing between, but we didn't have context to choose between.
Oh well, no. Indy added the young person, old people thing. I'm just saying if there's 5 strangers, and then 1 stranger, and most people would agree that you sacrifice the 1 person to save the 5 because people are going to die either way, right? Like you can't save everybody.
I don't know. I guess I
I don't
envisioned.
think I would push the fatty.
I think when I envisioned when you're talking about the guy is he's on the tracks and like he knows he can stop it. I don't know.
I think it's an organ donor argument.
I am not an organ donor.
It's kind of just a way for you to kind of think about in your own personal view what your morals are and what's important to you. Lemus, you fucked it up.
Lemus.
Dude, I'm sorry, I totally was not thinking. I'm
You're too deep
In a
into
moral
your
dilemma.
philosophical thought here.
I just want to kill them all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's some people would say
I pictured the guy like a nice guy on the side, seeing what was happening and being like, "I can help, but you got to push me." and thinking the same way that I would, which is like one.
I mean,
one
what was
life
he doing
for
standing
5.
on a train bridge anyway? I think he was about to kill himself.
But like 5 people that are already dying because they're on the transplant list versus one healthy person—that's an absolute no.
Well, the 5
I
people
thought-
were already dying on the train track, and the 1 person on
Yeah.
the bridge. You know.
Oh, that's fair, but not like. I don't know. I guess
I thought that was also metaphors for like, you know, you got 5 people dying
Yeah,
on
it's
the
not-
train tracks. They need organs.
It's not really a metaphor. It's more of just a thought experiment of what what are your morals and where do they come from and where do you draw the line? Like, okay, if you say that 5 lives are more valuable than 1, well, then why wouldn't you kill 1 person to save 5 organ recipients?
But you finally said young. That's the thing. Like before, no one had ages, and I didn't know anything about them.
I didn't say young.
Oh, I thought you said young.
Indy said
You
young.
said-
and he made it more complicated.
Oh, okay.
But
well, you
that's
said
an
one
interesting
young
point,
person.
though. Why is a young person's life more valuable than an old person's life?
It's not more valuable. They just have so much more potentially ahead of them.
I think it's because you get to a certain age and you're like, you know what? I want to die anyway.
Like
People go on cruises
so
to die.
Torm, if I was on the train tracks and I know that like if I ran in front of it, I could save those 5 people, I might actually do that.
Yeah.
Which is why my inclination to that one person, 1 to save 5. But like if people are already having organ failure in a hospital and that one healthy person is young, it's a hard pass. If the one healthy person is older and has lived a long life, maybe it's a different outcome.
Okay.
Watch your step.
It's so fucking deep.
But like again, until you're actually in that situation, I could be like, I'm not touching that fucking lever, and
There's a whole
Right.
lot
bro, get out of the
going
way.
Right.
on. Fucking anxiety.
So you'll kill 1 person to save 5, but you won't serve chili with a booger in it.
No, exactly.
Oh my god.
I just wanted to go to bed.
So on one side of the train tracks, there's 5 Taylor Swifts, and on the other side, there's 1 Hitler.
Uh-oh. I swear I got it of that.
Hitler always dies.
Yeah, that's a trick question.
Watch your step.
Where's Travis Kelsey? Is
I had a
the
guy
one that's gotta
come into
pull the
my
switch?
store today that had swastikas tattooed all over his hands.
One
Oh,
guy.
come on, guys.
shit. What is this?
What the fuck?
Oh.
I ain't never seen something like this in my entire life.
What's that line from The Office? If I was in a room with Hitler and Stalin and Toby,
I'd
I'd
kill
shoot
dogs.
a gun with 2 bullets. I'd
Kill
shoot
Toby
Toby
twice.
twice.
We're gonna have to die in this at this.
Oh my god, what?
I interrupted it. I interrupted lots
We have to
of
die in
stuff.
You didn't even hit it.
Are the 5
What are you
people
talking about?
on the train tracks this fucking group?
Yeah, because then you can
No.
start making it more complicated. Like, what if the 1 person is someone you know, right? Like, what if they're not necessarily your kid or your parent, because that makes it too easy. But what if it's just like Dave from the post office? Like, Dave, you think he's a
God, I
good
hope
guy.
it's no. Fuck Dave.
Fuck Dave.
Fuck Dave.
That fucking guy.
I don't know.
Now we know who put him there.
Brings me my mail late every fucking time. 3 days.
Oh, you live in Alaska. Give him a break.
I want to know
Right.
though, Torm. I'm the only person that actually answered your questions.
Yeah, it's true.
I want to know why no one else did.
I want to know why I
My
would be in those
anxiety.
situations.
Oh
What?
fuck, they're stuck here.
Yeah, you
Oh,
gotta
no,
wait
they'll
for him to
away.
despawn.
They'll go away.
What would you do, Torm?
I would throw the lever to save the 5, but I would not push the fat man off to.
I don't like that he has to be a fat man. I think it should just be another man.
Yeah, like
Can we
I
just
say,
make
it
it
doesn't.
Snorlax?
The only reason.
Well,
in
how
the
else is
story
he
that
gonna
he's
stop the train?
A fat man is so that
Being
he stops
Mr.
the train,
Incredible.
right? Like you could
Tell-
say that
yeah.
he's just
How about a sumo wrestler?
whatever.
That-
He's a
That's
guy in a
racist.
car that's
Call
heavy enough to
him
stop
not
the train.
fat, but call him fat.
Big bone.
Wait, can I hear the prompt again, please?
All right, so there's a train, an out-of-control train, barreling down a track at high speed. There are 5 people tied up on the track. The train, if nothing happens, the train is going to hit the 5 people and kill them. If there's a secondary track off to the side that you can throw, you're in a position to throw the switch
Pull him over here.
to divert the train onto a secondary track. But there is 1 person tied up on the secondary track. So do you do nothing and 5 people die and you're not involved,
Stack.
or do you throw the switch to save the 5 people and kill the 1? So that's scenario 1, is like, do you get involved or not? And, you know, are 5 lives worth more than 1, you know, kind of scenario. The second scenario is similar, but instead of a switch to divert the train, it's you're on a bridge over the track and it's you and a fat guy or just some other guy, and you can push that guy off and he will save and he will stop the train, but you know, he dies if you push him off, or you don't push him off and the 5 people on the train track die.
Crowd control.
Wait, hold up. Honestly, like the first thing I was thinking about the first thing, like, do you kill 1 person or the 5 people?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, it was coming for the 5 people. It's destiny. You know that's their fate. You don't mess with that.
Okay.
But
I
all you have
wouldn't
to
touch
do is
the
throw
lever.
the lever.
Yeah,
Nope.
I mean, there are some people who would say that no, so
I don't get to choose who dies. You know that was already written.
a
I'm not
philosophy
fighting with that.
professor would say this is a question of utilitarianism versus deontology, which means the utilitarian would say maximize happiness for everyone and or minimize suffering for everyone. So the utilitarian says whatever option makes more people happy and or makes more people less, you know, sad or less suffering or whatever. So the utilitarian says throw the switch. But the deontologist says the ends do not justify the means. There are some things that are always wrong no matter what, and it's always wrong to kill someone, period, no matter the benefit. So it doesn't matter if there's 5 people tied up on the track, 25 people, 50 people, 1,000,000 people. It's always wrong to throw the switch because killing is wrong, period, no matter what. And there is no number, there's no calculation you can make that makes it right or less wrong. It's just always wrong, period, to kill.
What about the person who just walks away and doesn't do anything?
Well, you know, and that would be the approach that the deontologist would say is the, you know,
Watch your step.
they would say that's the correct moral decision, is to not get involved so that there's no blood on your hands, right?
Yeah, it's easy to say. Like making the harder decision is to kill the 1 person, right?
Yeah, because, you know, you think about how do you, sure, you can justify it to yourself as I saved 5 people, but you still killed 1 person to save those 5 people. Does that make you
Yeah, if
right?
you do nothing, you didn't kill the 5 people.
Yeah, you didn't kill.
But if you
it's
pull
not
that
that-
lever, you're
You're the
deciding
murderer.
1 person
Yeah.
dying.
It's not your fault that the train is out, you know, high-speed runaway train. It's not your fault that Rocky and Bullwinkle, or, you know, Boris and Natasha tied up the 5 people on the train track, whatever, you know, like, the only involvement you have in the scenario is that you happen to be by the lever and able to pull it and either save the
Read the
5
rest.
or save the 1.
You know, just straight up.
So, I don't know. I just thought it was really interesting, kind of.
Oh my god.
Damn
You
right.
really, I hate
I missed
You-
Fire
I mean, I'd like
Anyway.
to say that, like, I would never want to kill anybody, but I think, like, in a push-to-come situation like that, if it's saving 5 people versus 1, I would think the 1 person would
Yeah.
want that too.
I say like I don't want to mess with like it, but you know I'm not. When I'm in that situation, I guarantee you that changes.
Yeah, but that's
And
the.
if there's a terrorist on a plane and I have a shot at him, I'm gonna fucking throw myself in front
Where
of
did
him.
the terrorists in the
Sure.
plane come into play?
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
just
it's just,
saying.
like,
That's just like how I view it. I wouldn't want to kill anyone. I wouldn't want to have the responsibility of killing anyone, but I also would like risk my life to save others.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes it so interesting, though, is if you say that, you know, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't save those 5 people, but
How
by
do you
the
live
same
yourself
token,
by killing that 1 person?
Well, and then, but you think about the other
Oh, you're gonna
scenarios,
get
like
fucked up regardless.
how do you live with yourself for not donating, you know, killing someone so that you can donate their organs to save 5 people, like. I don't know. It's just it.
I think for me, because they're already sick.
Yeah.
That's where it comes down to. But I am also not an organ donor.
You said organ donor? This is the colon. We talking about it.
Oh my god.
This is the colon. If we're gonna talk about organs.
Who wants my
really
colon?
What the fuck?
No trinket sadness.
I mean, maybe if I was an organ donor, I'd feel different. I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel.
I don't even know if I'm an organ donor.
You would know.
Check your license.
You're
on
not
your
gonna
ID.
know if you donate an organ or not. Technically, technically.
I've seen what good like organ donation does, and that's fantastic. But like, I don't know.
Wait. What's going on with organs?
Like I've seen what good it is. Like it's amazing that you could save that many lives. Any drink?
I gotta check my license. See what's on.
I don't know. That
I
one's
need
the
to check my
hardest one.
license.
Out of all of them, Torben, that's the hardest one.
Wow, we failed this.
Yep, we did.
Yeah, we did. It's my fault.
That's my fault for bringing up philosophy in the middle of keys and WoW.
It was
Oh,
fucking fantastic.
Really nice. It's nice.
We probably shouldn't have been in a 15, but that's okay. It's for the vault.
Oh shit. We got lust on this bitch? Oh no. Ooh.
Yes.
Hey. Don't be sandbagging me now. I'm channeling.
I asked my daughter that question, and she said she would push the fat man on the track, and she giggled about it.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
What an evil little girl.
But she also plays Among Us, so she, she's
See,
used to
nerd.
that kind of cold calculation. How do I manipulate people?
Did you ever partake when Among Us was like big and we were all playing it back then?
No, I didn't. No.
Wait, but Torm, did you say what you would do? Would you?
Yeah, so I would not push the fat man.
Would you pull the lever?
I struggle with that. I really do, because I like
What you
to
did?
think, I like to think that I
Oh,
live
get away from me.
my life by a set of principles, right? Like you know, there are some things that are just fundamentally wrong no matter what. But also I feel like if as a good citizen you have a duty to intervene. You know what I
So-
mean? Like there's a duty
But
of care.
isn't the lever the same as
He said
pushing him?
duty.
Right, and that's what makes it so hard. And I think the difference is
Anybody want this amulet?
you didn't put the person on the track in the first scenario, right? You didn't put the one person on the
I'll
side
take it.
track, and you didn't put the 5
Oh.
people on the
You guys gotta figure out
main
who's gonna
track.
take it.
It's collateral damage either way, right? Like if there were 5 people on one track and nobody on the second track, you would pull the lever without even hesitation, right? Because you'd save the 5 people. It's collateral damage that one person happens to be on the second track. But in scenario 2, the fat guy isn't collateral damage. He's not just like in the way. He is the means which is causing the train to stop. And using a person against their will
Isn't
as
that
a
the person?
means to an
Oh,
end
okay, fair.
is wrong also. But in scenario 1, the person who dies on the track, he wasn't what stopped the train. He wasn't the mechanism for rescuing the 5 people. He just happened to be collateral damage
Did it again.
because you diverted the train. So I think that's what makes it different of not killing or not using the fat man to stop the train, but being willing to throw the switch to save, the 5 people.
When I'm driving and I see somebody make like a reckless move that like could, potentially lead to like the death of somebody else,
Could be that my.
I fantasize about actually sending a chaos bolt from my hand in my car and just annihilate this person.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like Fantastic's running into them because I get that sometimes. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's a hypothetical question, but you think about it, there's self-driving cars out there on the road right now that have to make these kind of calculations. Like, do you swerve
And
to
not even
avoid an
cars.
accident?
Fucking semis,
Yeah.
dude.
Do you swerve to avoid an accident, but you swerve up onto the, you know, onto the sidewalk and kill the lady pushing a baby in a stroller, but you avoided the accident,
Oh my
but you
God.
hit the
God, my
pedestrian?
anxiety is through the fucking roof.
You know what? I mean, there's AI, you know, computers that are out there making those kind of calculations right now.
What? Dude, we shouldn't
not
even
wrong.
make calculations like that. Why would we let a fucking computer?
Because they think they
Play
can
a
do
game
it
like
better
that.
and faster.
No.
But they're still like AI doesn't have morals.
Exactly. You can't let a computer do that. That's not
don't they
good.
have like the Robro code? The fucking laws of whatever, like can't kill the creator, whatever.
Look, we're in this.
That's some iRobot shit. That's what that is.
That's some
Oh, yeah.
yeah, RoboCop stuff.
this
Directive
dragon.
1.
The primary
You look better
directive.
in it.
There you go. So to answer your question, Phaedra, I think I do throw the switch in scenario 1. I think I do save the save the 5 and kill the 1.
But how do you feel about it? You still killed someone.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably still
Damn, she using
you know,
it against me now.
probably still feel pretty bad about it.
Like if you had asked those two the other way around, it changes the whole scenario as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you start with the guy,
Yeah, but
Mr.
and
like
you
Stone
know,
Boy.
you can,
If you do nothing, did you kill the 5 people though?
right? That's the fundamental question. And the answer, in my opinion, the answer is no. But there are some people who would say that you're responsible because you could have acted and you didn't. Now, I would say no, that's not correct. That, you know, because you could take that same argument out to the nth degree and say, well, you could have donated $1,000 to some charity to feed the homeless, or, you know, to feed starving kids in Africa, or whatever you want to say, and because you didn't, you're responsible for those starving kids dying in Africa because you didn't donate your $1,000. And I would say that that's bullshit. So by the same token, I would also say that if you choose not to throw the switch and not to get involved, then you were not responsible for those 5 people dying. You didn't put them on the track. You didn't, you know, you weren't responsible for the train being out of control. I don't buy the fact that you're responsible for not taking action, but you know, but by
I mean,
the same,
essentially, like no action is action. If you're going down that rabbit hole.
and there are people who would say that, right? And you know, like I was trying to say earlier, like I like to think of myself as a responsible citizen who, you know, if there's a situation that I can help with, I'd be glad to hop in and help. You know, I think that everybody who considers themselves a responsible citizen has kind of like a shared commitment to helping each other when situations arise, right? Like if it doesn't have to be life or death, just if somebody locked their keys in their car and they need to borrow your phone to make a phone call, like the right thing to do is, you know, take 5 minutes and let them borrow your phone and make a phone call, right? Like,
what if they're there to bonk you over the head and throw you in their van?
well, yeah, I mean, maybe they are, but that's
what if they have
conundrum.
leprosy?
Okay.
So,
Unfortunately, most people just say, "Oh shit," take out their phone and record it.
yeah. So I don't
No matter
know
what kind of shit's going on in front of them.
I'd like to think that maybe I could like figure out, or at least attempt to not kill either person, you know? Like if there's a way to maybe set the train track to like go in between and just crash, you know? And
What if
derail
you're a
itself.
fat guy that can just jump in front of the train?
I'm hoping that
there was
I
somebody
can figure out a third option.
There was a YouTuber that set up like a scenario similar to that, where they actually, like, they were saying that they were giving tours of like a train switching station, and they set up pre-recorded video feeds of like a train barreling down on people, and people had a switch in front of them about, you know, to switch it to a different track or whatever, and they tried to record what real people would do in a similar situation. And what most people did was they were like, they thought that either somebody else was watching and would take care of it, or there's like, they'd say that, oh, there's probably an automated system that is going to take care of this. I don't need to be involved. Or, you know, they would try to like pass the buck basically and say, it's not me. I'm not the one that's responsible here. They didn't want to, they felt like there were other kind of like fail safes in place that would keep them safe, and that they didn't really have a duty to intervene for the most part.
One problem with all that too is as soon as you take an action, you can be sued.
Yeah, well, and again, this isn't like a legal question, right? It's a moral question. It's like,
Yeah.
Morally, are you obligated to, you know, make a decision one way or the other? And if you do, why? You know, what is your moral reasoning for why you made that decision? And if your moral reasoning is, well, five lives are more valuable than one life, it's like, okay, well, if morally you believe 5 lives are more valuable than 1 life, then how can you also say, you know, wouldn't you also then support killing one person to give their organs to 5 people in need? If 5 lives are worth more than 1 life, then why wouldn't you do that?
That's the only part of the scenario that gives you any information about the people, and if they're all having failing organs, then they're dying anyways.
Right. But they were dying anyways if they were tied up to the track.
Not necessarily.
The train was going to kill them if it hit them.
Not necessarily. What if like something else happened? Like,
what if the first dude was a fat dude?
Divine intervention.
There you go.
I mean, there's too much. There's too much vagueness to like, but the last scenario has more clarity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's other ways to kind of make it a tougher choice too. Is like, what if the 5 people are strangers, but the one person is your wife? Or
I would hope that I would know my spouse enough to know what they would want and make that decision.
Yeah.
What? Fuck no. Fuck those people. You don't know those people.
If she dies, I die.
Those people gonna do the same shit to you, bro.
I'm standing at the wrong dungeon.
Honestly, who's got more money? That's really how it is. Who's paying me more?
What? How did you get money?
Because what if there's 5 people or 1 person? What if the 1 person's gonna pay me a lot of money? Eh? Sorry, 5 people. Isn't that the way the world works?
Yeah, well, then you find out that 1 person's homeless.
I would have to know beforehand. I'd have to call them up.
Yeah, well, you can't.
I got these cheeseburgers, man.
My wife just showed me this picture on Facebook. Someone went to Dairy Queen and asked for the manager's special and got like 4 fucking pills in their burger. Nobody goes to fucking Dairy Queen here.
What the fuck? Who gets the manager's special? Literally, the first thing that comes to mind with any special. I should say. I'm not gonna say it. Well, I'm gonna say it now. I'm not gonna say it. Nope.
Bro, apparently,
take him. Don't buy the special. All right.
From what I've heard, someone shit in the beans. Someone shit in the beans at Taco Bell. And the cops ate it and ended up doing a fucking food test on some. Oh, fuck.
He's lying, dog. Not the beans.
The fucking beans.
I feel like I missed something.
Oh god, that's nasty. Who would do such a thing?
But yeah, definitely legally, you better walk the fuck away from that lever because you're gonna get sued. You're gonna be put in jail if you pull that lever.
Yeah, it's a crime. Unless nobody saw you pull that lever and your fingerprints aren't on it.
Well, somebody saw you pull it because you're saving lives either way. Either, you know, if you pull the lever, you got 5 witnesses that you just murdered somebody.
Yeah, they don't see it. They're dead.
I'm not eating Taco Bell.
You still laughing about them beans?
Yes. I mean, that's just so beautifully crafted. Like, of course you would shit in the Taco Bell beans. If there was gonna be
Nobody would know the difference.
poop tainted food, it would definitely be the Taco Bell beans. That's the first thought, right? Because Taco Bell's, you know, very shitty in general.
Taco Bell is gourmet shit.
Exactly. That's exactly what Taco Bell is.
Some top tier gourmet shit.
Shit. Yeah, shit.
I mean, maybe Taco Bell in Alaska is not very good, but Taco Bell here in the
No
States.
shit in the beans.
You say it. I feel like I gotta Google an article now for it. Let me see. I'm just gonna ask Google, did somebody shit in the beans at Taco Bell?
Google's gonna be like, there's no way to know. Uh-oh, my phone just started listening to me.
This article says, his headline is, beans with a side that you don't want to know. I think I do. Oh my god.
I feel like we've been here before.
Oh, I got feared.
Oh man.
You doing alright over there, Nace?
I'm just looking at all the Google headlines for this.
Sounds like you're having trouble catching your breath.
Someone definitely shit in the beans, for sure.
I told you.
This Ret Paladin is pumping. Almost catching up with Indy. Does he have a legendary? He does. Oh shit.
Is this shaman in the left?
What?
I was reading this article.
Doesn't look like it.
Hold up, so you're
Oh,
telling
now
me
he
you can't do
does.
puke, but you
Perfect.
can do scat?
No.
Nice.
Couldn't be better.
Oh, gross. That's gross. That's really. They're all gross. I don't do any of that. I mean, poop is funny though.
Oh my.
Or it was not.
AOE incoming.
Now I see.
The darkness. It is gone.
You aren't the ones who did this? understand now. You must find Kutalos. You must put a stop to this.
Okay, well, that's about it for me tonight. I'm
Have a
going
good
to
night,
bed.
man.
See you guys.
Adios.
Night, nice.
Invaders have reached the passage to the crypts. Ilisana, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
You need not worry. I will not fail Otosius. Men, the invaders come for us. Do not let them pass. For Kalimdor! Shockwave. Crowd control. Shockwave. Crowd control.
Turns out the legendary can't do mechanics for you.
No, but Bubba can.
Who can?
Bubble.
Shockwave.
Oh, yeah, true.
I thought you said Bubba.
Yeah, I thought you said bubble, like bubble tea. Like, what the fuck?
Shockwave.
Maybe I need to get some bubble tea if it can do mechanics for me. Well, we just lost 1 to that group instead of like 11, so that wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
And here we go again.
Shockwave. Crowd control. Crowd control.
I was watching a streamer try a 28 Everbloom today.
Oh, fuck that.
Looked
I'm
fucking
back. Sorry.
painful. Holy shit.
Welcome back.
Donka.
Crowd control. Shockwave.
No, for fuck's sakes.
Linus, you better hide. Never mind.
Nope.
Crowd control. Shockwave. Crowd control.
My stun was up in like half a second.
Crowd control. Shockwave. Crowd control. Crowd control. Shockwave. Crowd control. Shockwave. Crowd control.
be right back. I gotta let the dog out.
We will bury
Yep.
you here, fools.
Defensive.
Cannot escape.
Target
The
you.
hunt is eternal.
Look at that stacking, so professional.
Defensive.
Cannot escape.
Very nice.
Guards, hold them off. I will burn you alive.
Shockwave.
The betrayed.
You guys have cooldowns?
Yep.
11 seconds.
Watch your step. Crowd control. Defensive. Watch your step. Crowd control. Shockwave.
That's a lot of damage. God damn. Does Mika know she can do that much damage?
Fucking one. What was it? 1.7. I think I saw.
I'm not even sure.
No wonder you married her. Holy shit.
Crowd control. Defensive. 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 Defensive.
No, the healer died. Sadness. Didn't wait for a res either. Fucking rip. Yeah, now we got to sit here and chill for 2.5 minutes while he runs back. He's got Ghost Wolf for,
Good times.
yeah, 2 minutes and 15 seconds then.
Did Crew and Duff say anything about like, tomorrow night? On Monday night?
Crew was too drunk to say much of anything, really.
Oh, yeah.
He said he was going to another bar with the people from the fundraiser that he was at earlier. And I was like, alright, man, we'll just get home safe.
Taco Bell is releasing a Baja Blast Gelato.
What?
Yeah.
Gourmet shit, huh, Torm? Gelato.
Hold on, I'm opening my Uber Eats right now. I got orange.
Pink left.
I was hoping we get to try a 27th Ring of the Tides.
Do we have a 27 throne?
Yeah,
We have a 26.
that's what it gave me after the 26.
Oh shit. You know, I'd be down to try it. I like getting punched in the face. I got star. I'm sure it would fucking wreck our shit, but you know.
Pink left.
Those shell breakers, I think they're called, or whatever it is that does the big tank buster, and there's like 2 of them in the in the gauntlet. Those things would absolutely kill me, no question, without some kind of external or whatever.
Knocking back.
So if we could get past those 2 guys, I think, because the rest of the dungeon there's only 1 in each pack. As long as we pull carefully, I think we could probably do it. It'd just be a question of, do we have the damage to chew through the health that a plus 27 has?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Lust here, buddy. This is the dangerous part. Good job. Fucking proud of you.
Knocking back.
I got this one.
Knocking back.
Guards, hold them off. We must prepare.
I don't suppose you can trap those big guys either, eh?
I don't know. Kind of doubt it. I don't think we've ever tried.
Watch your step.
They feel like the kind of mob that Blizzard wouldn't let you trap.
Yeah.
The lieutenant mob.
Watch your step. Defensive. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive.
Kurtalos, they come for you. They do.
Watch your step.
Together we shall defeat the Latosians.
Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Watch your step.
Alright, let's go to the boss.
Fiends, you shall never have our world.
No, no.
Fucking kidding me? No, he rezzed.
Watch your step.
Burn away. 4, 3, 2, 1. Enough. I'm tired of this. Ravencrest. Worthless husk. 10,000 years have not been kind. Now you. No. This is my ancestors.
AMZ on me.
No.
AOE incoming.
Hear us. You must defeat him. You expect these worthless mortals to defy the Legion? Souls of my ancestors, to me! Aid our champions!
Watch your step. Keep moving. Safe now.
Do we get +3? Very nice.
I got a sword.
Ooh, very nice. It's a good sword.
Alright, I go to bed before I knock the fuck out. Holy shit.
Alright, man. Have a good night.
See
Thanks
you
for the
guys
keys.
Night, man.
Later.
I think I still need like 2 more to get 8 slots.
Yeah, I could use a few more too, but I'll play with the doggo for a while.
Alright, man. See you in a bit.
You gonna be on late?
There's a good chance, yeah.
Alright, see you in a bit. Good night, everybody else.
Have fun.
What are you guys doing? Waiting for Vader and Shin to come back?
I don't know. They're gonna come back.
I thought she said something about letting the dog out.
Oh, maybe.
Gotta take a reward from the vault this week. I'm halfway inclined to just take a fucking socket because I still have a socket that I need to put in one of my pieces, but
Yeah, same.
there is a trinket that I don't have from the raid yet. It's the Ashes of the Ember Soul, which, you know, at this point in the season, if the damn thing drops, I could probably just roll on it and get it if I really want it. But the thing is, it's not in the top, you know, list of trinkets that I should have.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, do I want to add this thing to my collection in my backpack that I use like almost never?
Yeah, I got one and I gave it to Samo, and then regretted it because he said it's not even good after he equip it.
Yeah. And then the other
It's
thing
like,
I can do is take a myth track helm with speed on it, and then upgrade mine. And I would have to catalyze it, right? But then I don't have a socket in it, so then the next week I've got to grab a socket to put in that to match my current helm, because I've got a helm now that's a myth track, it just doesn't have speed. So I could get a myth track helm with speed.
Jeez.
Or I could take a socket. Like, I don't know. It's just, either way, it's just extremely minor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, holy shit. We'll see if my 77 holds for this pips. 4 more people to roll. Yeah, no, I get it.
So do I care about speed or do I care about a socket? I should probably
Socket.
care about the socket. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the
yeah.
socket.
Yeah.
Alright, the socket it is.
The widest selection.
I'm gonna go buy gem. Stormy Malachite. Well, do you have your Valentine's Day shopping done?
Fuck no. I got some shit going on.
Yeah, me either.
I have to, you don't know, only 2 people do, but I have a echo on my heart in 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been having chest pain for the last week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor's appointment on Wednesday. So I had an EKG and there's a blip that the doctor's concerned about. So I need to go get an ultrasound on my heart.
Oh, well, I hope it goes well for you.
Yeah,
Or
me too. I'm
I hope they
freaking the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes, obviously, you always hope for nothing, but by the same token, the second worst option is that they find nothing, right? Like, or it's inconclusive. Like, you want them to find something. So
No, I
you can
do
at
want
least
them to find something for sure.
have a treatment plan, right? So
Yeah.
hopefully you get the answers that you're looking for.
Yeah. Been really stressed lately, and
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
Do you have a family history of heart concerns? You don't have to tell me if it's, you know.
No, I have no worries. My great grandpa had numerous heart attacks. He actually crashed his plane in his cornfield in Indiana.
Oh wow!
Due to a heart attack.
Yeah.
And then my uncle had a heart attack. Both on the same side.
Hmm.
So, and my uncle also had open heart surgery when he was a kid.
When he was a kid? How young?
Yeah, young. Like, survival rates were less than return.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've been fucking stressed for like the last 5 months, and it probably doesn't help with this whole condition, but
right.
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I hope you get some answers. You said it's coming up on
Yeah,
Wednesday.
me too. Next Wednesday, or the fall? No, not next Wednesday. The following.
Gotcha.
21st.
Yeah, the anticipation is almost as bad as the actual outcome.
Yeah. Yeah, $2,300.
Whew.
Doctor said if I went to urgent care last weekend when this started, when I was like concerned, it would have cost me like 12 grand.
What would they have done in urgent care?
Same thing. EKG and then ultrasound and echo.
Mhm.
Echo at the hospital is 8K.
Damn.
Okay, we're back.
Yo.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All of my key companions have abandoned me, so I am available if you're going to be doing more things.
I'm down.
We are finishing up our lunar,
I have many lucky do's,
but we only have North Run, but probably half an hour or so. We probably won't do any more tonight.
Okay.
I'd like to do some big keys. We can find people that want to push maybe, but I don't know. Tomorrow's like a shitty day to try and. I don't know how many people are gonna watch the Super Bowl.
Not me.
I'll be around, but late.
Okay.
Well, it'll be split up. I'll be on in the morning to mid afternoon. Well, your time it'll be like late morning, and then I'll be around in like late evening, like 10 to 11 o'clock your time probably.
Oh, so the same times we usually break in the middle of the day and do responsible adult shit, or at least try to. But Chin's not a Niner fan, so you know, no Super Bowl parties.
So what are you working on now?
The Lunar Festival coins. We're just finishing Northrend,
Oh, okay, cool.
trying to get the Hearthstone and the cosmetics.
So do I terrorize some pug keys, or do I just do some world quests?
What do you need, world?
Gold.
Oh,
I usually try to sweep all the gold world quests just because they're easy and
That's actually smart.
quick return on the time.
Uh-huh. I mean, you are a DK. It's easy to terrorize the bugs.
Thank you.
And it's an easy week.
Yeah.
Our owl friends can help flush them
Yeah, I
out.
only need. Oh, I'm actually done for my vault, so I would be terrorizing on other characters.
It is a bright day with
I should not have been in that 15.
a perfect
That
day
was
for a
rough.
You're like a 439 on the DK?
Yeah,
Yeah.
439.
It was mostly payback for, so when my paladin was like 450, Knife just was like, you're doing an 18.
For the vault.
Like, no. Yeah, like he just took me in an 18 and I was like, I don't, and he had told me it was a different key and then it was an 18.
Yeah.
Got good old Jabeda.
That sounds like something Knight would do, yeah.
Knife.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay.
And
Wow, Torb.
Hey, I'm just saying, dude. You're kind
I
of a
would.
troll.
Whoa, bro.
You have
I did
to,
not,
too.
I did not swab blast you that one time. Let's be real.
Yeah, Zark is the trolliest of trolls.
Yes.
I don't even go over the bridge anymore. Our first night, like, raiding with you guys, he killed me twice. I was just
Yeah,
like,
I just look for him and call it good. The only person I actually like really, really troll is Lemus, and I haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah, he's kind of the butt of a lot of the trolling behavior in the guild.
Well, the funniest part is he always thought it was OMX, but it was me. So I just kept doing it.
Alright, nice. Sorry, Phaedra, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
no, you're fine. No, so it was mainly like we were going to do the 10. I was set on the 10. The 10 felt safe with Chin's 439 and me still learning Monk. And then Nace said that he had a
15.
a 15, and I knew that Knife would just do the the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yes, that's what I'm getting him back. He really hates Darkheart Thicket though, because he's been on the Paladin and the Paladin keeps falling over.
Hmm.
And then everyone keeps. It's not just Knight. He's just giving you a hard time. And Knife gives you a hard time if he actually likes you.
Well,
Otherwise,
that's
he's,
good.
otherwise he's just an ass.
I don't know. I feel like he thinks that I always die.
No.
And it's like it's majoritively out of the time it's out of my control.
No,
I
you would.
feel-
You would know.
Fucking DHT though, I'm telling you, I have only pulled that pack like once, maybe twice.
Which pack keeps
And I admitted
giving
it.
you guys problems?
When you
Just
when you drop down, everyone keeps pulling,
Mm-hmm.
and
they
everyone
pull on
keeps
the left.
pulling on the left or pulling on the right, no matter what we do.
or both.
Or all of it. Yeah.
Uh,
It's I find it comical, but
I think it's kind of funny, but he gets mad.
he wasn't always very relaxed about keys. It was either like do it and do it super clean and don't fuck it up. And like I had to teach him like, hey, I know you're used to pugging these by yourself and that, but these are people, get to know them, enjoy the conversation, and like we're filling the vault. And if shit happens, don't get tilted.
Yeah.
And then and he learned how to do that really well, and then was like, God damn it, now I can't like do push keys or pug and enjoy it like I used to. And I was like, oh, so I ruined you the good way?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Knife Party, in the first week that you two joined the raid, he talked more than the entirety of the rest of the time that he raided it with us combined. Like, he really... And not that he, you know, I mean, he's a great guy and we like him and, you know, but he's kind of particular and set in his ways and whatever, but he really kind of just became a lot more social when you two joined, so it's been a really good addition to our raid team, and I'm really glad to have you two.
Oh, we're happy to be here.
It took a lot for us to even bring that out of him too, because he was very, like Faye said, he was very quiet with us to begin with, and kind of.
Oh, he was muted in our raids even up until he left for the most
Mhm.
part.
Mm-hmm.
And like I told him, if you want to do keys with me, you need to get in Discord. And are you gonna fucking talk? Like I'm like, I don't let up on that. Like I play to have fun. If I want to not talk during keys, I'll go pug. Like part of the enjoyment for me is just hanging out with people.
Right. Yeah, that's 90% of it for me is the hanging out factor, and the rest of it's the actual gameplay.
Or, facing challenges and like, not like coming up against something like season 1, coming up against something really hard. Like spending 2 hours in an 18 Azure vault because you really shouldn't be in there, But then you work it all out and you get that box,
When at the beginning of Legion, I did an 18 Waycrest Manor when boxes first came out and they rolled over from the season prior, and that was like the first huge key on the server, and we were in there for like 3 or 4 hours. Like we were literally taking 10-minute breaks just for fucking tree boss. Like we were waiting for tree boss to go down. And yeah, it was bad. Like, okay, we blew less, like fucking wrap her up.
See you guys in 10 minutes.
But
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
He could never like understand why we would torture ourselves like that. And it was like we're all friends, we're all hanging out, we're trying to like accomplish this, and it's like, yeah, we may not be smashing them like some other people are spending 1 hour, but 2 hours and we still did it. He joined the same day as us. He was a total unknown. He was recruited by the GM, who at that time was my friend. And I was in Discord with him and my friend who was the GM. And so was Chin, and it was just us all hanging out. And he was trying to figure out a name for the server that we were on, and we were still waiting for him. And he was talking during that. And then I didn't hear him talk for like ever. And I was like, I know you talk. I've heard you talk. Why don't you talk? And in Raid, he usually has music on. Jamming out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should try being social. It's like, what is that?
I always have music on, especially in Raid.
I can't play with music if people are talking, but I'm sound sensitive.
I used to play no sound total.
So people think this is weird, but I've met a few other people this last year that do the same. I have WoW sounds come through my speakers, and then I have Discord come through my ears, and I only have one ear on.
Interesting.
And part of that is because the two of us are in the same room, and we can't talk
that's
to each
true.
other unless it's through Discord if both of our ears are covered.
Yeah, makes sense.
So like people like, what? Your WoW sounds don't come through your headset? And I'm like, I get overstimulated. Like, then I get flustered. Or if like everybody's talking all at once in Discord and the soundboard, I'll just take my headset off.
Soundboards get kind of crazy, not gonna lie.
I muted on the second week I was here.
I'm like 90% towards just fucking disabling the soundboard for the raid group, or for the Discord. Like, especially during Prague, I might just disable it and then just turn it back on for farm. Because on the one hand, it's fun to just, have it for the laughs and the fun and the entertainment value, but on the other hand, it is pretty distracting.
Well, that or it just gets stale.
Yeah.
Well, so do some people's jokes, Can't mute their internal soundboard.
But you can. There's a mute button for that.
No, I mean, I to me, like the soundboard is like a swap blaster, all that other annoying shit. I find griefing people the best way is like, I don't know, when Chin murders them. that always makes me laugh on purpose in a key.
Keep jumping.
I would never do such a thing.
Looking
Chin giggles like a 6-year-old schoolboy when he murders the DPS on purpose.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
But no, like, I don't know, like our friendship with Knife, like the second he started talking, it was always just the three of us. And then like we got accused of being in a clique, and it's like it was the three of us, and like there's these other key groups going, and then there's 3 people that don't have a key group, so we just ended up together. I'm like, and 2 of us are married to each other. I'm sorry. Like, yes, we like to play together. We do keys all the time, separate from each other.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah. Like I'll heal your key anytime, or Jim will DPS it. We don't need to be together. We're happy to separate. We have plenty of achievements and other things that we do, or collections that we, work on our own. But everyone just assumes that. And then I guess because Knife came over at the same time, they assumed that too. And it was like our 2 other friends that came with us, if they were on, would run with us too. And it was like, we're not. Like, I'll heal anyone's key. So I had to make a very concentrated effort for like, I don't know, 3 months of like just going by myself.
Yeah, I admit that I kind of assumed that you two would kind of do
no.
everything together.
No. I mean, we see each other 24/7. It's nice to go do something separate in game.
Damn.
No, I mean, we both, well, I'm unemployed right now, but we normally both work from home. Like, we even have our offices on separate floors just so we're separated. But we've been together, like, it's 20 years in April. Like,
Nice.
I see Chin enough. Like, I don't. And,
It can only take so much of me.
well, you'd say the same thing. Won't say it out loud.
Yeah.
See, I know.
He said it out loud.
No, I agreed that I would never say it out loud.
But like it's nice. Like we were talking, like he DPS, like even just DPSing, like he learned some different tank stuff with routes from you, Torm, right? And then I get to heal a different tank, so that's been like a nice transition for us too. And there's flexibility there, which we like, because doing the same thing all the time can get stale. I'm just not good at the other things, which is why I stay with healing. But like, I don't know, it was just like we were odd out. Like those same people would push like 23s, 24s, 25s, 26, and they would hug a DPS over asking. And Knife's amazing in keys, like over asking, just because. But then if they wanted to run one of their alts that was not geared and they wanted it carried, they had no qualms in asking.
Yeah.
And that's where it like just kind of, so the 3 of us we would just pug, or we'd grab our other 2 friends if they were on. But no, anytime you want, like,
And
just a
then you-
healer or DPS.
Cool.
But we got him to talk, and then we got to know him. And, he's always spoke super highly of you guys. We've always given him a really hard time because, he's the last 15 minutes, you guys start, and we were finishing. He's like, I'm late. And he gets super frustrated, and they'd be like, one more pull. And we knew that one more pull wasn't going to be the kill.
All right.
And then everyone, like, he would just drop Discord and drop raid, and everyone would be like, is that guy just like, what, not happy to be here or what? I was like, no, he has his other raid to go to. And he's like, he raids twice?
Right.
But like, people made the assumption that he was just like angry that we didn't kill it. And I'm like, no, he's 15 minutes late.
Yeah. No, he joined us back in what was the Queen of Jar raid?
Nazjatar?
Nazjatar, thank you. Yeah. And
I don't think that wasn't the instance what it was called. That was the zone it was in.
But
Nyalotha.
anyway, yeah, Nyalotha. He joined us back then, and it was just a pug when we were trying to fill a mythic kill on the first boss, and he joined us, and we were like, hey, by the way, we raid weekly. Do you want to join us? And he's like, sure. And then ever since then, he's just been...
Yeah, he's always spoke very, very highly. And so after the shittiness that went down in our previous guild, he was like, I don't know if you guys want to look for a mythic guild, and he helped me with like the recruiting Discord and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like I just lost my job, and I was like, you know what, a break would be nice, and I like clearing content, and I just want to be around decent fucking people, like people that aren't gonna step on, like, smash you over because whatever their piece of loot or
Mm-hmm.
attention, like, need to be the star of the guild. Like, it just gets exhausting. I'm too old for that shit.
Sure.
Same.
He said it as a joke, and Jin and I were like, yeah. And he was like, really? Are you serious? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, oh my god, I'm so excited. Hold on. Yeah, I guess he went and talked to you.
Yeah, he went in our, because I've got him in our, he's been with us long enough that I've got him in our kind of officer chat, because I value his input as a Mythic Raider, because we're very fortunate to have a bunch of people that could do Mythic if they wanted to, but they just, for whatever reason, whether it's they just don't have time or they lost the motivation or whatever, they're skilled enough to do Mythic, but they just don't want to, and that's kind of most of our raid team. But anyway, yeah, I really value his input because he is a Mythic Raider and has been with us for a while, and so he came into our officer chat and was like, hey, I've got 2 people, and you know, kind of in the past, as a matter of principle, I've been slightly skeptical of recruiting couples because if one is good and the other is not, then you're like, okay, well, is it worth it to keep both of them if one is good and one is not, right? But
yeah.
It's worked out actually quite a few times for us because Ryder and Greg joined together as a team. They're not a couple like in real life, but they're just really good friends, right? And they joined together, and if we would have said no to Greg, then we would have lost Ryder, but thankfully they were both good. Kind of the same thing with Indy and Mika, like they joined together, and obviously if we say no to Indy, then we lose Mika, and vice versa. So just kind of on principle, I was like, well, you know, let's see, you know, if Knife Party says they're good, then they're probably good, and it turns out that it was one of our better recruiting choices, so I'm really glad that you two gave us a shot.
I mean, we're having a blast.
It's been the most fun I've had in WoW in a long time.
Good. I'm really glad to hear that.
It's nice not to, you know, like, I think my mind kind of blew when you join Discord here and people ask how you're doing, or you tell a story and people actually show interest. And then I realized just how toxic the environment we had been in was.
Oh, yeah?
Where we were just being used. And we were being used. Like, our replacements for Mythic Raid were already in Raid, and they just said they were recruiting backup.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they were already there, and I knew that, and then they tried to lie about it. And, like, I got benched for performance when I'd had no performance issues, because a new person had joined who was sending nudes to the GM and Raid lead.
Holy shit.
And
the fuck?
wanted to be healing officer, and they gave her healing officer a week after joining the raid, and she pushed out me and the other healer who had both been in the guild for 2 years, and saying that we were terrible Mythic Raiders.
That's fucking
I was like,
pathetic, man.
I have been, because she wanted healing officer and she didn't want us to get it, so she pushed us out and then recruited all newbies, so she was tenure.
Wow.
And then I cautioned them, I do it for a living, is evaluate people and watch and their personalities, and, you know, like, been doing that for a long time, and I'm like, this person is toxic and this person will implode your guild, and I warned them, and it imploded 2 weeks after we left.
Mm-hmm. So
like,
they're not
she
raiding
raged
anymore?
No. I mean, they re-recruited. I think they pugged some people on their last kill, and now they're on Smolderon. There's no way, with what Knife went through with a guild that's functional and healthy, that they're gonna get it down unless they pay people to do it, because there's still people in that guild. 4 other people, I think, now, from what the priest who was pushed out, she was benched. She's still in the guild because she's got 5 priests, so there's no point. and her even moving the character. She's got 5 different servers she plays on, all priests.
Sounds like she really gets around.
She just loves playing
Five
priests.
sets of nudes, huh?
No, not that's that's the other one.
Oh,
That's the
oops.
other one, the one that got pushed out. She just left, and she just like buys and like listens, and then she'll give the update to me on the drama, and then I tell Knife about it, and we all laugh. And so we know what's going on over there, and it's exactly what we told them. And so they actually benched me, but not Chin, and they did that on purpose because they thought Chin would just leave if we were benched. And I told him, anytime I'm benched for performance, like Chin's not going to not go to raid. But it needs to actually be a legitimate reason. The reason was, AG is a 2-minute, and you're not using it on cooldown. Like, I just, it was mind blowing to me. So it's like, okay, well, we're on Farok and you're not dispelling, and you also won't heal the ads. So sorry if I'm not pressing AG because I'm using my globals for dispelling. And we were wiping on Farok, heroic, after clearing 4 mythic. It was pretty off. But I can't say that we were really happy there. We went because the GM was a previous officer in our guild, and we wanted to get Mythic back going together, and then he was forced out, and that should have been the warning sign for us.
So would you say that the first 4 on Mythic are easier than Heroic Farok?
In a lot of ways, yeah. Especially Gnarl Root.
I mean, Naruto's a pushover.
Yeah.
Ygir is pretty easy too. It's not that
Yep.
bad. And Volacross is it's pretty much the same, except there's I think there's a difference with the swirlies that you get that go out to the raid every once in a while. Like the 4 people who get targeted with those.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that bad to manage.
I don't feel like it really gets hard until Council. And even Council's not hard, especially like with the strat that you guys have. Like, we were really impressed by that strat. Took us a second to like wrap our brain around it, 'cause it's like we were doing this in such an illogical, lame way before. Like, this just makes it easy. It's really not hard if everyone's just doing what, like, something like that. And Knife Guild breezed through those 2. It wasn't until he got to Naimu. So I think the first 4, is that 4 or 5?
4.
4 are, and traditionally that's been the case in most Mythic raids.
Mm-hmm.
The block then comes like halfway through, where like Naimu's a healing check, and like, can you stand in flowers? And people think it's a DPS check, and it's not. You gotta stand in flowers, and like, it's the healing check.
Right.
I mean, they said that Council would be hard. I laughed. It was like, this is not hard if you actually have people, again, doing the mechanics. That's one of my favorite things about Mythic raiding, though, is like, you see the fight in like normal, then you see it in heroic, and then you get to see what they added. And it's just like, if you see them in that way, but I think so many people like skip, like they just ignore normal. And they maybe do heroic once and they go straight in there. And like, that's always a red flag to me in a lot of guilds. It's like, have you even taken the time to learn the other fight's muscle memory? And then you just add this one thing, and it's like, that's all you have to learn. I think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to learn it all at once because they think they can just jump in there.
Really, that's really interesting to me, because I've never raided Mythic in a Mythic guild. I've always just like been in a heroic guild that sometimes dabbles in Mythic. So like,
yeah,
we have always had that like just basic understanding of the fight, and then you add one more layer, right? Or you know, 2 more layers depending on the difficulty level. But that's really interesting to me that Mythic Raiders would not even bother with normal. Like that just seems
There's
like such
so
an
many out
obvious
there.
starting point.
Our guild didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's so many out there that just don't, and it's like
Wow.
you're basically losing the basics of the fight, which then
Right.
those are the things in the logs that people are dying to later is the simple shit,
Right.
not the new mechanic.
And that's the part of the fight that I think is the most difficult, just conceptually. Just imagine you have no concept of how a fight works at all. Like,
Yeah.
you don't know what the boss room looks like. You don't know what order the abilities come in. You don't know the visual effects. Like, just visually seeing the fight, seeing the boss room, seeing the layout, and, like, how the boss moves throughout the encounter. That's, like, fundamental
The majority
shit
of it.
that
Yeah.
normal is the ideal place to learn that. That really kind of blows my mind that Mythic Raiders don't think it's worth their time to go
A
and
lot
do
of
that.
people think you can watch a video and you're fine, and it's like
Yeah, that's where I really struggled.
it's a game of muscle memory.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
first few weeks is fucking AIDS
I
because
hate
they
that.
just
Yeah.
want to throw you in there, and it's like, bro, like on WoW, I learn as I do. Not, I mean, I
Same.
might as well. I might like
Yeah.
we would literally, we had a channel for raid, and there would be like breakdowns on the fight that had illustrations and everything else, and then videos, and we would all have our raid note that had everything on there with timers and everything and who's doing what. But it's like, I'm not gonna lie, some tiers have just said fuck it, like I'm just gonna go because I'm gonna learn it there. Like I'm not really gonna retain as much as maybe some others. It never was like a huge problem, but it's like, yeah, I'd die here or there, but
I remember when I broke my wrist, and like right before I was with a guild, my friend's guild, and I had just come back to raiding, and they were doing mythic, and I had done normal, right, and they were like, come do mythic with us, and I was like, oh, well, paladin just went into melee, and like I haven't done heroic yet, and they're like, no, just come, you'll be fine. And like the whole, I mean, I remember like, what is it, Tomb? I had no idea what was going on. And they're like, this is the mechanic. I'm like, yeah, but what are the other mechanics? Like the normal and the heroic mechanic.
yeah, see,
Can I like know those too? And they're like,
Yeah.
didn't you watch a video? And I was like, yeah, but I need like 4 or 5 pools. Like even on Mythic, like by the 4th or 5th pool, I'm like, okay, got it. I just need to like do.
I would say the biggest thing about Mythic is all positioning. People need to play, try and replicate their gameplay so that everyone's moving to where they were before, so that everyone's comfortable.
Yes.
And that's the biggest thing. You go and you have Joe Blow sitting here running 8s all around the fucking boss platform, and it's like, who's where? You just don't know. That's, in my opinion, that's the biggest thing to Mythic.
All of, what was it, Legion? What was the one, the raid in Legion?
I don't know. I see Legion.
No, the one out on in the jungle.
In the jungle?
Draenor.
Draenor. Was that Draenor?
Warlords, yeah. No. Yeah,
In the-
Warlords
Yeah.
and Draenor.
With, what's his fuck?
Kill
Gul'dan? Kill Jaden?
Kill Jaden?
That's Tomb
No.
of Sargeras. And
Yeah,
that's
that's...
Legion. Yeah, that's not in the jungle though.
Chin's looking
No.
at the jungle out.
Kill Jaden was a bitch.
Citadel. Hellfire Citadel.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Jitsu.
That's not
Archimon,
Legion,
that's
though.
what it is.
Archimon. Okay, all right.
Archimon. I did that
Some
in
demon. I mean, you know.
They're all
They all look the same to me.
Yeah. I did that whole entire raid from start to finish. Can't remember. I don't think you could do Mythic cross server. can't remember what we did. I pugged the whole thing. I pugged it every week. The same people came back. We had maybe 3 new faces each week. They were all people that were guildless or like in guilds that didn't run or raid. Did the whole thing as a pug the entire season with all the achievements and everything. And it was like the best season ever, other than it was very lonely. Because we all just got together on 2 nights and I put it in LFG and we went. And like I led the healing, and then the warrior, who I'm still friends with, because Chin wasn't playing at that time, he had taken a break. Chin called him my substitute Chin because he was a prop warrior.
Nice.
He ran the melee and the tanking stuff. I ran the healing stuff. I would do the callouts, and like I knew it like in my sleep because I had to instruct pugs every week.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like all of those people though, like did the grind of normal and LFR.
Yeah.
Like, and yeah, LFR these days isn't like it was then. You actually had to really do the mechanics back then. Now it's
Right.
like flopped over.
Right.
So you can't learn an LFR now. And I feel like that's at a detriment to players that like
Sure.
you don't get to learn there. So now you have to learn normal and heroic before you really grasp the idea of what mythic is. I feel like people that are heroic raiders that dabble in mythic are actually better and more efficient like than mythic raiders, because I feel like a lot of those mythic raiders, they're high key people and they think that that translates to mythic raiding, and
Yeah, it really does not.
so different.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
sure,
like-
the basics of knowing how your class works will transfer, but
Right.
the knowledge of dungeon mechanics versus raid mechanics is just night and day. Like, you can't. It's apples and oranges for sure.
Even like your cooldowns and healing, like raid bosses are longer.
Mm-hmm.
Like your mana, like the new healer that came in and like pushed everyone out in our last guild, like she was like within, I mean, the rule of thumb for healers, you probably know this, is keep your mana at the boss's health.
Yep.
Right? It's a good rule of thumb. The likelihood that that's consistent, it is rare, right? Given, but like know how to manage your mana as well. Like if you're gonna blow a bunch at a certain phase, make sure you have the pots or the regen to get it back, and don't rely on other people's spell abilities or innervates or whatnot, because they could be dead. But like watching a key person try and heal Farok like they're doing keys is one of the most painful things for me, because it's not about your parse, it's not about your damage. It's the whole challenge is, how do I keep my mana throughout all of Farok so that I can continue contributing?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a team game. Like healing is a team game. It's like I'm constantly paying attention to everyone else's mana and their cooldowns, and like I will pull back, especially in Mythic Raid. I'll pull back and like, okay, now their cooldowns have gone. Now they're almost now it's my turn, because they've played irresponsibly. Or, specifically in Mythic Raid. Because they're trying to either impress somebody or the logs or whatever it is. I think logs were one of the best and worst things that happened to them.
Yeah, agreed.
And score. Like, I think that, but I rated in BC. Like, I remember doing Black Temple. There was like,
barely had DPS meters then.
yeah. Like, it stopped people from paying attention to mechanics and made them focus on, like, did I parse?
Right.
That's why Final Fantasy doesn't have that stuff.
I wish we
if
did.
you want a DPS meter, you have to like import it and run it on the background of your desktop. It's not actually directly tied to the game, and you can get banned for using it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know. So I've played the game since vanilla. I mean, literally since release. I was in the game. I was in the beta for the game before it even came out. So
Nice.
I've played with.
You've done Molten Core.
Yeah, I've done.
You know
I've
how
done
hard it was.
Almost every piece of content that the game has to offer. And I just meters are absolutely a something. It's like a necessary evil, I think, because
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like I said, best and worst.
it's a tool that, if you use it correctly, is fantastic for helping you understand what you did wrong or helping you improve or whatever. But when you use it incorrectly, well, you can ruin relationships with the fucking thing too. So it just depends on. It's just a tool, and it just depends on how you use it. So, but yeah,
I think that about Gore too.
Yeah, for sure.
In a lot of ways, it ruined things for a different mentality of people that think like someone that's just going to use it at surface level and be like, oh, well, that person's, only this. And it's like, well, did you look at their alts? Right? Like, did you look at their last season's history? Like, maybe they just started the season and they're late.
Right.
But like then it puts all that pressure like out the gate. I watched so many people I know like slam keys to get that highest score so the second week they get into Pug.
Yeah.
Because people won't take you if you don't have, a score.
Yeah, and that's the toxic part of it, is like the community has decided that if you're not X score, then you don't know what you're doing, and you're gonna break the key, or you're not even worth considering for a key or whatever. And like, that's the benefit of just running with guildies or people you know. Is
Have you always? What did you play in vanilla since Deathmatch?
So when I first started this game, I came from an EverQuest guild. That shows how old I am.
Good old EQ.
Yep, I played EverQuest. I was a cleric. I was a healer in EverQuest for a guild that was second on our server.
Nice.
And we were only second because the first on our server was like a Zerg guild. In EverQuest, you could there wasn't like a group size limit, right? So you could just bring 80 people to a raid and clear it just by fucking zerging it down. So there was another guild on our server who did that, and they were number 1. And then we were number 2 because we did it with like a smaller raid team with actually skilled players. But the game itself would led itself to, it was easier to just zerg it than it is to play it correctly. So anyway, I came from an EverQuest guild, and they decided they wanted to play Alliance, even though I was, I preferred to play on the Horde, but they chose Alliance, and so I started as a rogue, a Night Elf rogue, and played that for a bit, and then in vanilla, and then I switched over to Mage. And we ended up killing Onyxia and got most of the way through Molten Core. We eventually killed Ragnaros, but we weren't like the top. We weren't like in any position to where we could say we were like number 3 or number 5, or like, I have no idea what rank we were, but we eventually killed Ragnaros. But
I remember watching Chin's first Molten Core raid. I didn't play then.
Seemed like a Pug.
Goddamn
Gaming was a
clusterfuck.
totally different era, I feel, back then.
yeah, absolutely.
We didn't start fully raiding till BC. That's when we got into our first raiding guild together on my Prot Warrior and her Blood Elf Paladin.
Yeah, raiding Karazhan was some of my favorite time.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Like some of the best.
Mm-hmm.
We were considered the B team. We didn't realize that my computer was shit. So Chin built me a new computer, and all of a sudden the world was very different. Because he didn't know if I'd be serious into playing. And B team smashed Kara faster than A team did.
Oh, nice.
And then in Wrath, B team couldn't get Undying, or A team couldn't get Undying, but B team did. And it should have never even been B team. I mean, I preferred the group to the other. I filled in on A team when like someone was sick or whatever.
Mhm.
And like I loved our quote unquote B team, but it was made very clear to us that we were like we would level very fast and we'd get up there and we'd be in the A team until the other people finished leveling.
Mhm.
And then they would shuffle everyone off, so there was 2 10-man groups. And then we would do normal 25 together.
Mhm.
But it was just hilarious that like the B team just, I mean, A team never got Undying. I think they held it against all of us too. They're like, how the fuck did you do that?
Sounds like B team was S team, if you ask me.
Right.
And so like that's like why Chin and I both wear our Undying pretty proudly. That was a highlight moment.
Mhm.
ICC, we were top on our server,
Very nice.
and running our own guild at that time, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, guild! Did you know it's run by a woman?" They're like top, and like we were 3 bosses ahead of most people on the server, and at that
Mhm.
time our server was actually populated. Like, and I didn't learn that until last year with one of the guys that was in the guild we just came from. He's like, I remember you. He's like, we used to talk about you guys because we're like, how in the fuck? And he's like, girls don't play video games.
That's great.
My dad's GM back in the day was a girl.
And I have never played any other video game besides Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. Like, I was not
Both good games.
a gamer of any kind. I was a child in the 80s. Those were the games I played. Like, video games were not my thing. I mean, and then I went and started dating a total nerd and engineer, and I'd be out on the couch being like, are you gonna come watch this with me or not? He's like, yeah, just one more minute.
We all know how that goes in WoW.
Yep. I especially do now. And then I finally just went in there one day. I was like, show me how to fucking play this shit, because clearly you enjoy it, so let's enjoy it together.
Yeah.
And I created a monster.
There you go. That's the
Yeah,
best way
here
to
I
do
am
it.
dragging around getting lunar coins, and he wants to murder my ass.
No lie, I've probably tried to retire a couple times now, and she's always brought me back.
Happening.
I've done that like 4 times.
There's something about just the social community. Like, there's a few people that we will probably be friends for with life that are like some of my closest friends, and we met them.
Yeah.
They've been in our home, watched our dogs. Like,
It's a very hard game to play when you don't have friends.
it is, and I feel like the ability to make friends is harder than it ever was based on how people play with, like I said, the score and meters.
Yeah.
And the whole
this-
just grouping
yeah.
LFG grouping system has just totally ruined that.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine if you've never played Warcraft before and trying to pick up Warcraft and play it for the first time in 2024. How do you even do that? Like, that's
I tried to show a friend,
I don't know.
and like all the questions she was asking me was eye-opening.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to like baby step it. I was super patient. She's extremely brilliant. She's, you know, like one of the smartest people I know. Like leaps and bounds smarter than me. She went to MIT and Georgetown.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was in the NSA. Like she's fucking wicked smart. And like the questions she was at, and she's a gamer, but she was like, "What the? How do I? Okay, what do we?" And I'm just like, this game has changed so much. It's not like when Chin sat me down to teach me how to play.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the thing. I've been playing this game for a long fucking time, and I tried to get my wife to play it with me. And it was after I came back, because I had quit for, I don't know, I quit in BFA because my wife and I started dating, and that was end of 2018. And then I didn't come back until like Shadowlands and Sanctum. But her and I were playing, and I did recruit a friend and everything else, and I got on and fucking BOAs are different. All this shit's changed, and I can't even go back and do dead mines. Like, why the fuck can't I do dead mines? And now I have to sit here and do Legion dungeons, which have mechanics that my wife doesn't understand. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh babe, it'll be awesome. Like, we'll go do dead mines, RFC. Like, this shit'll just fall over. It'll be okay. Like, you'll learn the game as you go. Boom. Okay, here we go. Freehold. And she's just flopping on the floor. And it's like, and then she wasn't listening to me, and then I got a little bit upset, and it's like, you gotta listen to me. Like, I get this isn't what I thought it was gonna be, and she's like, fuck this, I'm done. And I tried to bring her back, and she just won't do it. But it's like, it's crazy how fast a game can change, and just how much detail is in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like Call of Duty that you can load and press WSAD, left or right mouse button, you know, and you're good to go. Like, this game has so much. Like, I wouldn't even know where to start now. Like, when I played Final Fantasy, I needed to have a guide, and that threw me off. Like, it pissed me off, kind of. Like, how do I get my chocobo? I don't know. And I'd have to, like, look all this shit up. But that's also, like, old school WoW that I kind of missed.
Yeah, I think like the entry level is, in our last guild we had a weekend raid which was heroic only, AOTC, and it was, when it was first created, for those friends and family members or, you know, spouses, whatever, right, that like were still learning the game, and like a safe space for them to like see the content and kill the content, right, and like feel a sense of like accomplishment. And very quickly a lot of people infiltrated that with their alt, and then they would condemn them, like mock them, or like sigh or like rage log in the middle of it because we were still progging on it, right? And they would just instantly call them bad, and it's like, they're not bad, they're still learning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there has to be still an environment. I have extreme compassion for teaching people things, but I have always been that way. It's like, I don't label them just bad. It's like, what are they not getting? What is the part that's missing? What do they need more time on? Right? And like, I think everyone wants a safe space to do that, but there's a whole other part of the community that's like, some people, and congrats to them, like, I think it's amazing when I see it, can get on any tune and play it exceptionally well within seconds. But not everyone can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a few people who are like that, and I'm very jealous of them.
My brain's a little bit slower these days. I need a little bit. And the classes, I mean, like I was telling you, Torm, like the Demon Hunter opener, when Shin was on the Demon Hunter trying to decide what he was going to DPS on, was like 12 moves. But like a hunter can press 5 buttons the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's certain things need to be, I don't know, lost their, I don't know, overcomplicated, lost their. And even every time an expansion comes out, or even a fucking patch, like, there's so much going on. It's like, what's happening? What's the Emerald Dream? What are we supposed to be doing in? Shin waits till I figure it all out while he's working, and then he's like, show me what to do.
Watch your step.
I don't know, I think some of that, like, some of the nostalgia, if you've been playing as long, and maybe you'll agree, is like, how simple things were, but also how difficult they were, and there was no guide or quick workaround. You had to grind.
Mm-hmm.
And through that grinding, you learned how to play.
That's the biggest thing. So just like technology, okay, gaming is the same way. Like, I guess, bar always goes up, and people progress with that bar. If you, I, Chin, Torm, whatever, if we went back 15, 20 years and we were a player then, We would be like the fucking all-star. We'd be world's best. Like, because the
And the
bar
new
is
people wouldn't know
grown.
how to play that part of the game. They'd get frustrated because it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
Watch your step.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's no different than like League of Legends. Like, you go back and look at League of Legends season 1 and 2, and top tier players look like total fucking apes. And it's like, ha ha ha, they're sitting here missing hooks. And it's like nowadays, like nobody misses that like shit. Like, just the progression, the bar, you know, people just get better. So getting into a game like my wife that doesn't have any gaming, she plays mobile games, and I bought her a Switch with COVID, and she started doing that stuff. Like, she doesn't, like, she's at the bottom of fucking 20 years ago. Like, she doesn't understand that stuff. But if you're someone that's progressed, like, it's not as difficult. So it's games nowadays are so much more complex and harder to get into.
Yeah, there's so many things that we take for granted that we don't even have to think about, that you'd have to explain to somebody, that just wouldn't come naturally.
Like my friend asked, I was like, okay, now we're gonna Hearth, and she's like, what's that? Just like that, and I was like, oh, hold on. And then I was like, holy shit, there's so much. And she could see the potential. Like I said, she loves gaming, right? And she like looked at me and she's like, this is dangerous. She's like, I'm having a lot of fun, but like this is dangerous for my work and personal life. Because her husband is definitely not a gamer of any sort. But like, what's a Hearthstone? What does that do? I was like, well, you press it. How do I press it? And I'm like, open my bags, and I'm like, okay, Hearthstone's right there. It's right there. I was like, and then we're gonna drag it onto your barge. Why? It's not an ability. Well, it is a build. Like you have to like stop.
Yeah, that's where it's hard. That's where it's hard for me, because it's like, I don't know. It's just second nature to me at this point, you know. So it's like, no, yeah, just like you're saying, but I can't like keep going and like keep my cool sometimes. Like, it's just like, come on, just put it on your goddamn bar and hit the button, like, and let's go. But I don't know.
That's why, I mean, like in general, is to find other people that have lives, right? Understand like that other people work and there's stressors, whether it's kids or work, you know. Two, have played the game for, like, it's always nice to find other people that have played since, you know, Vanilla or BC or even Wrath. We were all in a group the other day and we had on our Undying titles, and Knife had on his Immortal, and this mage walks in and he's like, to me, he was like, oh, what up, old man? And I'm like, hello. And he's like, you've been playing a while. And he like, I look over and I was like, oh, so have you? And he's like, yeah. And then like Knife puts on an Immortal and Chin puts on Undying. He's like, I'm among my people. And the guy like ran several keys with us and then added us to his real ID.
Yeah.
And it was just like, those are the moments of like, okay, I can relate. You didn't just join in, you know, Shadowlands. Not that there's anything wrong with people that join in Shadowlands, but it's just like, I'm among my people. To find other people that like have that love for the game and still play.
That's kind of like challenge modes.
Yes. Those were fucking hard. I wish they still did armor sets.
I didn't realize Chin had his on his warrior.
Yeah, I have mine on my paladin.
Paladin, best set ever. IMO.
Chin was very jealous.
Set looks fantastic.
DKs I thought looked really good too. I wish I would have gotten it on Druids. I did Pally and Rogue.
Yeah, Mists of Pandaria is the one expansion that I was not subbed for the entire thing. I quit at the end of Cataclysm, and I was doing really well, like, in terms of staying away from Warcraft, right? For most of Mists of Pandaria, and then I had to have a surgery, and I ended up being, you know, at home with nothing to do for like a month. So I was like, you know what? It was the end of Mists. It was right after Siege of Orgrimmar came out. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna resub to Warcraft. Let me see what this, Siege of Orgrimmar thing is all about. And then ever since then, I've been subbed again. So, but I was an LFR Andy back then. So,
So going back to face combat, challenge modes. It's basically Mythic Plus now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It was the first iteration.
Then, exactly. Then it was difficult. Now it's a fucking cakewalk.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That just goes to show like the advances in people and games.
Yeah, getting those gold timers and mists, those were fucking hard.
Yeah.
What happened to the armor sets that come with it? Now we just get a dumb portal. Like, I want the armor set that comes with.
But that's the thing. Blizzard doesn't make money on that stuff, and I would. You know what? I got pissed. I got really pissed in BFA. I was so upset that they're like, "Oh, cloth gets disappearance, leather gets disappearance, yada yada yada." Like, because they were just going through and recycling content and recoloring stuff and merging shit to where it's not class specific. There's no tier bonuses. Like that just totally went against like World of Warcraft as a whole. I don't know. That really pissed me off. But it seems like they try to get by with doing the littlest that they can, versus like old school WoW, where they would like grind to do everything different. There was all these different sets, all these different appearances. Nothing really looked the same. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
I don't know if it's just because the
recycling of
games.
the current, like season 4 is just a recycle. Like, we're not even getting a new tier look.
See, and yeah, that's the thing too. That pisses
That
me
is
off.
a first, which is very shocking to me because they've always put effort, whether minimal or maximum. We'll talk about like T6 and then the, even the improved relaunch of T6, right? Like,
Yeah.
they've always put effort to then be like, you guys vote to bring back one that we've already used. You guys vote to bring back one look that you already have. Maybe we recolor it. Like, for me, my bank was full of all my tier sets. And when T-Mog came out, I was solid. Like, I didn't have to farm
Yeah.
anything. Like, everything was already in there because I had an attachment. Like, I would sit and chat in my, like, tier 5 purple Power Ranger, even though I had tier
Yeah.
6.
Back before in the day where there wasn't transmog and you actually
Yeah.
had gear sets and you'd have gear in your bags just to run around as an appearance.
Yeah. Like, those things, those are some of the things I miss. Or, like grinding Hand of a Doll. Like, Torm, you remember Hand of a Doll?
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello. Or just getting attuned to raids just to get into them.
I miss that. Everyone would freak out. Imagine if you had to be renowned 20 with the Emerald Dream to walk into the
I'd fucking quit the game without a doubt. I play the game for the interaction, not for the content gatekeep bullshit that I have to do. I didn't even touch into the new zone until like 4 weeks after it came out. I just no interest.
Yeah, the Hand of a Doll title was cool. I mean, it was, you knew that someone earned that.
Did you get it?
I did not.
That one felt like a feat. Same with getting your first flying mount.
Yeah.
Like those felt like a total feat. Again, it's like, how do we keep customers? And there's this part of the community that's saying this is too hard of an entry. So like, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, and they're still running a business. That's the, like, I I wish there was a way in which you could like, and I know like relaunching Classic and that, like, I wish there was a way and like there could be more of a happy balance.
Yeah, I'm not a proponent of bringing back attunements. I think that was too exclusionary. But by the same token, I admit that it did make it feel better. It felt like you earned something when you finally got the attunement, like for Karazhan, for example, or whatever. You get the key. So
Get the key in some of my ass.
yeah,
That's how I see it.
but only one person needed it, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know. Or like getting attuned to what was the Naga raid back in Burning Crusade.
Serpent Shrine
The
Cavern.
Serpent Shrine, yeah. You had to do the attunement for that, and then you had to attune to Black Temple, and I mean, felt like you accomplished something when you got it, but and then you've got a buddy that only plays twice a week or whatever, and then he logs in and you want to play with him, but you can't because hadn't done his attunement. So I don't know.
I
think-
still have my blessed medallion of the Cowarbor in
So
my
do
bags
I.
that I
Yep.
use to get to Black Temple whenever
Yep.
I need to.
Yep. So I
Swear
don't
to
know.
God,
I
if
think
it,
you've got to make a decision of accessibility versus
Yeah, and I don't envy that decision for them at all. But like, I still think that there should be some sort of attunement where you can't just walk in there.
if it ever comes to that, fucking adios.
No,
Even if it's just like a quest raid.
Sayonara.
we'll drag you kicking and screaming night.
It all depends if there's a quest chain. If I have to sit down for 4 hours and I can't make it to raid, fuck the game. I'm literally uninstalling right there. That's just how I see it. Now, 8 years ago, totally different story.
Well, you have a kid now too. Like,
Yeah, I have a kid and a wife, and
I was
I
just gonna
don't-
say, I think their target market and customer base has changed
yeah,
since those days. It was younger people. Now it's all like dads with kids, or parents with kids.
yeah, parents, yeah. Well, and as you think, they've all grown too, from when they were kids or
Oh.
younger.
one of my favorites, one of our friends that still plays that we raided with in Black Temple, and he put his kid very early on in his lap, and they would farm ore and orbs, herb and ores,
yeah.
and he was always talking about how he was teaching her how to farm, and then as
That's
she
what my dad did.
and then when she got older, she would be on his account farming his raid mats and like fishing,
That's exactly what my dad did. I was his fucking slave.
And then I would get like a trade of like golden fish sticks, which if you remember back in the day, they went for a fuck ton of money. That's how I got my flying mount. And it was adorable. And now she's a full grown adult. They're playing Season of Discovery together and
That's
like
awesome.
playing side by side. And it's like,
That's sweet.
I love it because she grew up like helping dad like farm his raid mats.
I wish my dad still played. He quit in Kata. My dad used to have me flying around Wintergrass on his death night, fucking mining titanium and cobalt and all that other shit. And it's like,
And it was one of those simple things.
I would get so fucking excited when there was a guy sitting there picking away, and I could go and freeze him, and then steal his node and kill him and fly away. Like that was like the highlight of the moment. And
Nice.
and then his coworker, which actually still works at the shop, he's my coworker too. He ended up quitting WoW, but had paid for a year's sub or whatever. So then I was playing on his account. I made a mage and started that, and then he ended up coming back. But that was when I started, was Wantlick, and I was a little slave to my dad. and then even then after that, when my coworker took his account back. It was back to my dad's account, slaving for him. But then after I had met my quota, he would let me go and play a character. He's like, make a character on my account. Whenever we get you an account, you can just transfer it over. So then I had my hunter on his account, and I don't even remember what level I got it to, but that's the hunter that I have now, with all my pets and shit that's in the guild, was
Nice.
off of his account.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, no, Little Slave Driver. I just wish my dad would have not stopped playing, but he quit in Cata when I really started picking up with the game.
Indy,
Man, how chores have changed since I was a kid.
right? You feel like doing any more keys?
Yeah, sure.
What kind of keys do you want to do?
Oh, I could just do some more 18s.
Okay.
If you want.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down. I'm done on the DK, but I could use some on the Druid if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
The expedition thanks you.
How's the druid going?
Kind of in a holding pattern. 477. So, probably roughly about as good as he's going to be. I just don't enjoy it as much as the other characters.
Yeah, I was feeling that about the priest, the monk. Monk, I just need more time on, but I got really frustrated after playing the paladin and the shaman. I can tell I enjoyed their pace a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Priest feels like I'm waiting for shit to come up. I feel like they broke him from last season. And Druid, I can't get the hang of. There's no like little heal, big heal.
I feel like with Druid, you can't really react. You have to be proactive about how.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Else you're fucked.
That's hard for me. I like to fill boxes.
That's where Shaman excels and always has.
I don't think I've met anyone though that likes Druid yet. Druid healing. I'm still waiting to find someone that like loves it.
Samo did a 26 weight crest with 3 seconds remaining.
Whew.
Good for him.
Excellent work. I can see that the two of you will soon be formidable competitors.
Priest. That reminds us of our 20 Darkheart Thicket. Right at the beginning of the season.
Oh, and he was 11 seconds over a 25 rise.
Is he playing Frost or Fire?
Fire.
Fire.
Indy, you want to
Nice.
do fall or rise?
Many deals for a friend of the company.
Don't much matter. I still gotta lower this one.
Yeah, I'll lower mine to an 18.
Anyone get the holiday mod?
Nah, I haven't tried for it.
I got the Drake skin.
I did too. I got the Drake today.
Yeah,
It's not what I wanted.
same. I did tins and then I got locked out, so then did some drafting shit and came back and did 3 more.
I've been running 16 a day, and today was the first day that I saw the skin from anyone.
Oh shit.
I haven't seen it drop at all, so.
Yeah, I haven't seen the skin either other than today.
It's a great day to
Oh, you saw yours today too?
What?
You saw yours today too?
The skin, yes.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
I with so much that's been bugged around the Love is in the Air, I wonder if the actual drops were bugged until today too, because you're the second person that's told me they saw it today.
Yeah.
Huh. I know Knife's running like 17 tunes for the skin. He already has the mount.
I don't know. I don't think it looks bad.
It's not bad. It's just
I didn't realize that I had like a black and blue color of the Protodrake that I kind of like. I could do without the hearts though. I do like the big old saddle.
I feel like with the T-Mog and the saddle, they're like, how many hearts can we fit on this?
The saddle only has 3, but it has 2 roses. I'm down with the roses, but I'm not down with all the hearts.
I
Holy
wish they
shit.
would have made it red.
There's
not pink and
even
white.
there's even a heart on the belly.
The
What the-
mana ray that you buy, like poops hearts or farts hearts. I don't know
No
how to put it.
way.
Yes. When we were in that Everbloom, I mounted it and it was just like poofing out hearts. Little purple mana ray.
Jeez.
Have you guys dragonflied the continents yet? The old ones?
Nope.
Pretty fucking awesome.
Sounds like you go pretty fast.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, that shit gives me anxiety, not gonna lie.
I would get car sick, basically motion sick, when it first came out until they added the things. I had my raid leader be like, why the fuck do you get here so slow compared to everyone else? I was like, he's like, do you not know how to dragon ride? Or are you stupid? And I was like, no, I get motion sick, and so I hop on a flight path.
Yeah, I just don't, I don't know. It goes back to nostalgia, and then my brain downward spirals. It's bad.
I mean, I think it's a pretty cool concept. I just wish you could, like, I don't know, I have the skins for like Razageth and Farok, and I can't mount either. I can't collectively like mount either one whenever I want.
Or have like 2 for 2 different specs for transmogs or whatever else.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
don't
we
know.
like need a checkbox of like I
I
want
think
this
it's-
skin, that skin, this skin, and that skin when I mount, not
I think
dragon.
Yeah, I think it's kind of bullshit the fact that all your other flying mounts are now null and void unless you don't want to go fast.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I assume they'll
don't-
change that. Like they said, protos were gonna get it.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You don't want a dragonfly.
No, I don't want to. No, I don't really want a dragonfly, but I also don't really want to like have to sit here. Like I want to be able to use my mounts. Like if Spectral Tigers could fly, I'd be pissed that I couldn't fly. Because that's just my favorite mount in the game. But like my Phoenixes from challenge modes, I like those. But I can't even use them. Can't even use my Amani Dragonhog. Just, I don't know, that stuff just, don't sit here and gate me on shit that I've taken years to gather. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. The expansion is all about dragon, though. I do miss my other mounts. What do you guys think of warbands?
Warbands.
Can't wait. It's going to be fantastic.
Do you wonder how much they'll give us as far as account wide? Like they haven't. I keep waiting for like more information
Sure.
because I'm super excited about it. I'm like, is it going to be all reps? Is it going to be all achievements?
Yeah, I think probably in the beginning it's not going to be all of everything 100%, but that's going to be like the goal that they work towards.
That would be awesome. I would like to see my achievement points when I'm in guild be my total achievement points regardless of what character.
Yeah, that'd be great. I thought that it would be really neat with the follower dungeons that they recently introduced. When warbands come out, if the follower dungeons are populated by other characters in your warband, right? On your
Oh.
account.
That's big brain shit. That's fascinating. Like it's your other character.
Mm-hmm.
You can hang out with yourself. It's the perfect like introvert experience. Plot twist, they're not just NPCs, they're your other characters.
It's a schizophrenic's dream come true.
Multiple personality disorder.
I knew they were real all along.
Hey, thanks for the heroic raffle. This tune is like geared out of her teeth.
Very nice.
I like you couldn't ask for anything better from an alt raffle. I thought maybe I'd walk away with one or two pieces, but it really shows how much like no one really needs right now, this late in the season.
Yeah, we're
At least it go to waste.
to the point where a lot of that stuff would just go to waste if we didn't have Alt Lotto.
Definitely like keys on the monk better than raid spec. Maybe I just picked the wrong raid spec, but
The demon hunter heading for Throne of the Tides.
Be a problem if it is.
Wondering why he went to the Time Ways.
He's in Dalaran now, so he's.
And then he teleported to Dalaran.
He's maybe headed the right direction.
He'll get here eventually.
I mean, we don't have a healer yet, so he can take his time.
Go Bussy Heals didn't want to heal us.
No, I was excited because it was an Area 52, so I was like, hell yeah. Another fucking late night degenerate just like us. And now we're not getting any signups. Yes, a 456 feral druid. That's what we need.
I would have
If his eye
DPS.
level was his rating, 473, that'd be alright.
All right, well, to fill the time, it's time for another philosophical question.
I'm excited.
All right, the Ship of Theseus. Are you familiar with this one?
No.
All right,
No.
so there's a ship. It's a wooden ship, the Ship of Theseus. And, you know, it's made of wooden planks and sails and whatever. It's from the Age of Sail. Okay, so there's a board, like a plank, on the deck of the Ship of Theseus becomes rotten and has to be replaced. So they take off the rotten plank and they put it in storage and they replace it with a new plank. You know, and then eventually another plank becomes rotten and isn't up to standards or whatever, and they have to replace it. They take the old plank and they put it in storage and they replace it with a new plank. So on and so forth. You know, over time, as time goes on, they eventually have replaced all the different parts of the Ship of Theseus with new planks. And they've got all the old planks in storage. Well, they decide, hey, we've got all the parts from the old ship in storage. We might as well just rebuild it just to see what it's like, you know. So they rebuild the ship with the old planks, but then they have the other ship that has been rebuilt with new planks that have been replaced, right, over time. Which one is the Ship of Theseus? Is it the one that's been, you know, rebuilt over time, or is it the old one that was rebuilt with the original planks?
They're both?
That sounds like they're both his ships now.
Why not both? I mean, instinctually, I want to say the original. But, like, I break a Christmas ornament. Like, I can glue it back together, but it looks all janky. So if I can find one on eBay from, like, 1990, still know it's not the original. It looks like, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm a sentimental person. The original.
Yeah, if you want to be a purist, I would probably say the original parts of the ship. So the new ship that was built.
Yeah.
I can get on board with that.
I'm gonna go with the other option, just to be different. And because he built a new ship out of the old parts, well, the Ship of Theseus was just had a part replaced every once in a while.
Yeah, so the Ship of Theseus is an idea, right? It's the physical parts that you built it with. Is that what's important, or is the idea of labeling that the Ship of Theseus more important, right? And now is the one that you rebuilt using the old, you know, parts that you had in storage, the rotten parts, is that something else? Or is that the Ship of Theseus and the new thing should be called something else because it's different now?
Well, that's something else because it is a new ship built with old shit.
So the one that was built with old shit should be called something else now?
Yeah.
Even though, you know,
The Ship of Old Theseus.
20 years ago or whatever it actually was, the Ship of Theseus.
This just sounds like a modern like car thing. Just like
Yeah, kind
same
of.
parts can be used.
Yeah.
Same parts can be used, but like nothing's retitled. It's just the newer thing's titled something different.
I mean,
If that
you
makes
could,
sense.
there are people who would make the same argument about like our bodies. You know, our bodies are continually replacing the different. The only part of you that is the same as it was 10 years ago is your teeth. Literally every single cell in your body, including your brain cells, are different now than they were 10 years ago. But
How do you know I don't have no teeth?
Are you? But was that you 10 years ago then?
Yes, because the brain's still there.
It's literally different cells, though. The cells are different than the.
Yeah, but you have your memories.
Okay, but like the physical parts of you that you can physically, keep track of and say that this is the exact same cell that it was 10 years ago. The only
You got
part
old
of you that's the
Theseus and new
same is.
Theseus. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Where did you go? Where, are you kind of disappeared into the ether, and now the literal physical parts of you are different than what they were 10 years ago, other than your memory of who you were then.
you said the 10 years thing, and it made me think of my aunt when my mom had 8 siblings, and when they were little, bobby pins used to be plastic, not metal.
Mm-hmm.
And kids will be kids. And so they had these hot pink ones, 7 girls, 1 boy. And they had these hot pink ones. And my aunt ended up sticking one up her nose for some reason. I can't remember, and it got stuck. And they were afraid to tell their parents, and so they never said anything. And some time went by, and they forgot. And then, 40 years goes by, and my aunt gets this really bad cold, and she's sneezing like gnarly sneezes, and out comes a pink plastic bobby
Oh my
pin.
god!
Holy shit! 40
So-
years.
Yeah, in her case, and she had sinus problems her whole life, and like just thought it was allergies or whatever, and yeah, it just came shooting out. So for her, her teeth had a pink plastic bobby pin. That's what I
Wow.
thought of. It just got, it broke, and there was just a half of it in there,
That's incredible.
And the body doesn't mind, plastic or metal. Yeah, sorry. I had to Google when my mom told me that my mom told me the story. She sent a picture, and there it was in her hand. Of course, after clean. I don't think she'll ever throw that away.
Mm-hmm. I just think questions like that are interesting. Shit that fundamentally doesn't really have a right or wrong answer. It's just kind of more indication of how you view the world or what things you think are important.
I mean, I know some people that would like hard say one or the other, but like, I don't know, like what Indy said, like new ship, old ship.
Mm-hmm.
Did the same people build it? Like, I have so many questions.
The thing that makes it interesting, or what it kind of reminds me of, is this kind of there's a. Are you guys familiar with the webcomic XKCD by Randall Munro?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them. Yeah.
He has some really clever and interesting ones, and a lot of them will make you think, kind of have a little bit deeper meaning than just kind of giggling at a internet web comic. But one of them is like they're building a set of Legos, right? And so they put the Legos together and they build whatever, a car, it doesn't matter, but so they build a car with the Legos, and then they take it apart, and they say, well, and he says, well, where'd the car go? And it's like, it's right there, it's in the pile, but it's not, because it's gone now. The car's not there anymore, even though the parts, the Legos that you used to build the car are right there in front of you, but the car is gone. And so his point is like, you have these building blocks of reality, And the important part isn't the building blocks, it's the arrangement. Like the Lego car, or the ship of Theseus, or like you and me and everything. It's not the fundamental building blocks that we're made of that are important. It's the specific order and the arrangement that they're put in is what makes me, and what makes you, and what makes the Lego car a Lego car, so on and so forth. And so it's the arrangement that matters. It's not the actual like parts that you use to put them together. And I thought that was a really kind of intuitive and interesting way to kind of think about just life, I guess.
Interrupt.
My favorite one, especially when hardship's happening, listed last night when we were doing keys. But someone once said it to me when I was going through a really hard time in my life, and it had me really thinking. Is like we as human beings tend to ask, like, why is this happening to me consistently, especially when bad shit happens. And someone very wise once said to me, have you ever stopped to ask yourself, why is this happening for you? And like how we view things. And ever since then, like when hard shit happens, I try and like think about, why is this happening for me? Not to me, for me. Because we're here in this experience, right? But if you live in the mindset, like all these bad things keep happening to me, instead of trying to take from it and really like provoke thought. You can go down a rabbit hole, like when you actually ask yourself that question the next time something hard is happening.
Yeah, it's
by just simply shifting how you ask. Yes, what were you gonna say?
Feels like a healthier way to look at things.
Especially hard things that can, you know, as we all know, like they get piled on and on at times.
Yeah.
Night chimes in, yeah. And sometimes you don't find an answer, and other times you're like, oh.
Sometimes you don't find the answer till weeks or months later on.
Or years.
If you find anything. But I have been constantly exactly that. Why the fuck do I get the shitty end of the stick? Like, why is this happening to me? I keep asking myself that.
And as a kid, my mom would be like, what's the lesson here? And I never grasped it until I was an adult and someone else phrased it a different way. Like, why is this happening for me? It's such a different, like, you can really get like lost and like interesting. Like for example, you lose your job and it's just like, why is this? Were you really happy there? Like, do you still struggle with loss? Like, do you have anxiety around money? Like, what are all the things that you need to just learn to like make peace with? It's just you can totally just rabbit hole for a long time about it, and then you're not actually thinking about necessarily the bad things. You're just then thinking about your own life and reflecting. Of course, you know, you spill your coffee on your keyboard. There's not really a why is this happening for me, but you know, you get the point.
Maybe it was time to upgrade. Yeah, I would say that even if in reality there's not actually a difference, just for your own mental health, it's definitely better to look at life in that frame of reference.
For sure. I think like getting you back in your, like out of your head by getting you back in your head in two different train of thoughts is always beneficial.
Watch your step.
My dad had one that was fantastic. Anytime him and my mom would argue, he would just get naked. And I don't know if you ever... Yeah, it's so this is a family secret. And you know, Chin and I have been together 20 years. Anytime if he didn't want to engage in the argument or he thought it was dumb or like he just didn't have the energy, he would just get naked. And I don't know if you've ever tried to yell at somebody that's naked, but it's impossible.
Yeah.
And you physically start laughing because you're in this different frame of mind and you're very upset with your partner, and all of a sudden they strip down and they're standing in their most vulnerable state in front of you, totally buck naked, and you can't help but laugh because you're like, what is happening? And immediately
it's
stops
just
an
you don't
argument.
know how to process it. Yeah.
No. And it immediately stops an argument, and that was always his like goal. So if you ever
Smart.
don't want to be in an argument, just get naked.
Which
See
is-
what your wives or partners.
Can this translate into like my professional career? So if I have a disagreement with someone at work,
If I don't get my raise, I'm gonna drop my drawers.
listen, boss, I really think we're going in the wrong direction here. Hold on, let me just take my pants off real quick.
you get fired for or arrested for indecent exposure. But like in that train of thought of like there's always multiple, like in your questions there's multiple ways to think about it, there's multiple ways to answer, like, and our brains can process, like there's also multiple ways to like disengage or engage or change that thought process.
Target you. Shockwave.
We have a family friend that drives us bonkers because he will, for the sake of conversation and picking people's brains, argue the other side of something just to the sake to like debate and get people thinking.
Yeah,
But
sure.
in like a healthy way, like ask questions.
Oh,
and, like,
so he's not being like an asshole about it.
No, he's
Okay.
really like trying to like provoke deep thought in conversations. And sometimes
Playing
we'll,
devil's advocate kind of
yeah,
deal.
sometimes we'll just
Yeah.
tell him to shut the fuck up because like no one wants to have that conversation. But other times it's like fascinating to see how like you could get a whole room talking based on like
Target you.
not necessarily taking the same viewpoint.
And that's why like one person can't do it all.
Stab.
Like there's a shit ton of different people. They all, for the most part,
Yeah, so
have
much
their
of that-
own way of thinking and processing.
So much of that depends on the group dynamics, right? Like if you got the right group of people
Yeah.
together, that can be fantastic. But if you have the wrong group of people together, then that can be just, you know,
Or you could shut everyone down completely.
yeah, for sure. But it's fun when you do have a group of people who's engaged and
Watch your step.
is interested in carrying on that conversation.
Yeah.
Target you.
I mean, he sparks some fascinating. He always does it while we're camping too. He sparks some fascinating conversations. And you never quite know what he would actually say if he wasn't doing that.
We face enemies above and below.
I'm definitely gonna have to ask him the boat one and the train one and see what he says.
Yeah, I'd like
I
to know
can-
what he thinks about the trolley.
I could
situation.
foresee like a 2-hour conversation where he analyzes all sides of it and then finally decides his answer.
Yeah, if he's the kind of guy that likes thought
Yeah.
experiments, he probably has heard
Yeah.
of that one already and probably already knows what his answer would
Watch
be.
your step.
You've watched those ones where people are like in a waiting room and there's a bell and like one person stands and they keep bringing in new people.
Yeah, I saw that.
And like there's one person that's sitting there going, why the fuck are you standing when the bell goes off? Did someone give you these directions? Like, what are you doing? And there's the people that question everything, and then there's the people that follow everything.
I'll tell you one that fucks with my mind that it's not really a thought experiment, it's more of a behavioral experiment. Have you heard of the Milgram experiments from like the
I don't think
1950s? Alright, so this
Well-
came about after the Nuremberg trials, where they, you know, charged the Nazi war criminals with, you know, Nazi war criminals would often say, well, we were only following orders, you know, we didn't really want to torture and kill these people, we were just following orders, and if we didn't follow orders, we'd be executed or whatever. Horrible things would happen to our families, and we didn't have a choice, in other words. So you shouldn't, you know, execute us or put us in jail or whatever because we didn't have a choice in what we were doing.
Watch your step.
So the Milgram experiments at Stanford University, this guy Milgram came up with an experiment that said, all right, well, we're going to put regular citizens, just U.S. People from the United States, put them in a scenario where they have been told that they're going to participate in an experiment where they have to ask questions of a person that they can't see, like they're in a room with, let's see if I can remember the details. So they're they're in a room with a person who's conducting the experiment, and the person who's conducting the experiment is going to give them like instructions on how they have to conduct this experiment, and the person who is part of the study is going to think that they are asking questions of someone, and whenever the person they're asking questions of gets the answer wrong, they're supposed to give them like an electrical shock.
Yeah.
And the electrical shock starts out pretty mild, just like a little zap like you might get from one of those toy, you know, shock lighters or something, but eventually gets to be pretty powerful to where like you're causing pretty intense pain for some person on the other side of this. But you know, a key part of the experiment is like they can't see you can't see them, you know, you're not you don't really know, you know, how bad this person, because you can just hear them, you can't see them. But so the participant in the experiment has to, like I say, ask questions of this person that they can't see. And of course the person that they can't see is in on it, right? Like they're basically an actor. They're not actually being tortured.
Yeah.
But the person doesn't know that, right? So the point of the experiment is to see how far people are willing to go in terms of like shocking this person, you know, will they ever stop, you know, shocking this person, because every time this person gets an answer wrong, they're supposed to give them a shock to, like, you know, punish them for getting the answer wrong on the question. And the person on the other side of the room or whatever who's answering the questions, they're told to intentionally get answers wrong so that the person has to shock them, right, as part of the experiment. So what they found in the course of the experiment is that most people, like something like 70% of people, are willing to give like the maximum shock level to the other people on the other side of the wall,
Because
even when the other people are saying like, please stop, I have a heart condition, or like, you know, sometimes the person on the other side of the wall would just stop responding at all, like maybe they've passed out or maybe they've died, like you don't know. But if you ask a question and they don't give an answer, and they're supposed to shock the person because they got the answer wrong, right, and they're still giving the shocks, even though even though the other person, you know, is begging for them to stop or has stopped responding or whatever. So, you know, the point of the experiment was to see how willing are people to kind of like follow the orders of the authority in the room that says, you know, this is the outline of the experiment, you have to do this,
and not question it.
Yeah, and not question it, or even if they do question it, like, you know, if they say, oh, do I have to still keep giving this person a shock if they say they have a heart condition, and the person says, you know, that's part of the experiment, you have to do it, like, and the point was, you know, these people who are in this experiment, they're not their families aren't in any grave danger. You know, if they decide to just get up and say, I'm not going to participate anymore, I'm going to walk away from this, their families aren't going to be hunted down by the Gestapo and killed, right? They're not in personal danger of being tortured or put in prison or whatever. They could just get up and leave the experiment if they felt so inclined. But like 70% of people would stay there and continue to give shocks to these people on the other side of the experiment. And then, we like to say that, these people who participated in these horrible things that happened in World War II, they had a moral duty to walk away from, killing Jews or whatever it was that people got in trouble for at the Nuremberg trials, when in reality, if you're a person who the higher ups say, hey, you got to go and execute this village, wipe out this village over here, and if you say no, then they're gonna imprison you and torture you and imprison your family and torture your family, and like, you have a lot less wiggle room to say yes or no than what we like to believe that you would. Especially when someone in this Milgram experiment who has literally no repercussions for just getting up and walking away, 70% of them will still sit there and give like a shock to someone that they think has maybe passed out or is begging for mercy or whatever on the other side of this wall that they can't get to. I don't know what point I'm trying to make here in telling the story is. It's just another kind of like interesting
Human behavior fascination.
Yeah. Moral question of like, what would you do in that situation, or what do you think you would do versus what would you actually do if you were really in that situation?
I question everything and then get up and walk away.
Yeah.
But I've questioned everything since I was a kid. But I always question that when like things happen, like at the Capitol, like how many people were fully intending versus how many people were following. And even when you watch the interviews, like their response is like, well, everyone was just doing it.
Yeah.
And it's like, but why did you? Well, because everyone was doing it. There was no like critical thinking there. They just went along. That was fascinating to actually hear some of those of like, so you don't actually have a reason, you were just following. And other people were very intent and passionate about their reasons for
Right.
either staying or leaving. Right. And then there was just that neutral in between that was just like, because
The mob mentality.
yeah,
Right,
like
yeah.
because like, did you think you were causing harm? No, like not in reality whatsoever of how serious or what the rest of the world was watching.
Right. Or they just wanted to see what would happen. They just wanted to be there for
Fame, curiosity, who
yeah,
knows?
curiosity more than anything. Some of them.
Yeah, season 4 was fucking interesting.
All right, I'm out of here. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Later night.
Indy, you want to do any more?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
We just watch from up in Canada. Season 4 was Trump's 4th year.
Yeah, well, season 5 might be even more interesting later this year.
Oh God.
We might see the end of democracy as we know it.
Can we just not have an 80-year-old white man that's on his deathbed?
Yeah.
That's the only option.
You guys just find somebody else?
I
I
mean,
mean, like, what happened to someone in their
anybody else?
40s running for president that actually understands what the world is like right now? I don't know. I remember my grandmother at 80 and other people in 80 that I know right now, and it's like my uncle's 80. One of my uncles, and like I sat there the other day while he was here, like trying to imagine him running for president, and I was like, and I love him. I would not vote for him.
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, the last president we had in his 40s was John F. Kennedy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and they just shot him. Like, like I don't know why. I don't know.
I guess that's why nobody in their 40s runs.
I mean, it's other people. I mean, we laugh, but I think like there is a thing like the senator and her background story in Arizona when she was shot, like, and what her political career was
Kathy
like.
Gifford.
Yeah, like, and then husband got into politics, and then like I don't think he's so much now. I don't know what happened, but like.
Oh, he's Mark.
He's similar.
What is his name? He was an astronaut. Mark
Cal-
something.
well, his brother. He has a twin brother, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe
But-
he's still a senator in Arizona.
he is. Yep.
Okay.
The other one
But,
is
like-
the Traitor Cinema.
Yes.
It's fascinating to me. Like you have these younger people, but considered young for politics, and I don't know why they're considered so young for politics. If we can elect a celebrity, why does someone need to be of a certain age with a certain amount of experience if all of a sudden we're just gonna pick some dude that secretly bankrupt?
Well, they've got to be old enough to be corrupted. If you're young, you're idealistic and you're full of ideas. But if you're old, you're jaded and you're corrupted, and now you're eligible to be.
Careful, you could end up with a Trudeau.
Or Boris.
He's young and got ideas. Like the budget balances itself was one of his
lovely
genius thoughts of the day.
And look, I'm
We
not
got
saying that,
legalized weed out of it, but we also got fucking carbon tax that just makes no fucking sense to me at all.
yeah. I'm not saying that Democrats have all the answers, but I am saying that Republicans are traitors and are looking to end democracy. So it's a pretty easy choice.
See, but now that word Republican is like convoluted, right? Because I still feel like there's conservatives that are very anti-Trump, and then I feel like there's a mix even within Democrats, which I think is where liberals come in, and then like generally speaking, then there's just pro-Trumpers. And that's what terrifies me. And everything's like, no one can agree on anything because we still have like these two parties when really we don't have two parties anymore. It's like four.
Yeah, there's four would be if there were actually four parties, then we might have a functional democracy because we could elect the reasonable people from the conservative side and the reasonable people from the liberal side. But instead we have batshit crazy liberals and we have batshit crazy conservatives, and then we have reasonable liberals and reasonable conservatives, but the reasonable liberals and the reasonable conservatives are lumped in with the batshit crazies, and so it makes everything kind of fucky.
That's what and there's no, I don't know, the whole electoral college and how many votes and not redoing the map based on the current modern world, and I don't know, it's all uber disheartening.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to say that I do not in any way, shape, or form like Trump, and I have strong views about I have people that I know that voted for him, and my first question was to him was do you at the time, do you think he's still doing a good job, and do you still respect him as a human being? And a lot of the answers were no. I was like, good, okay. We can still actually have a conversation with each other. But there's people that it changed. There's people that I know and love that I don't know. I don't agree with being completely racist and hating people, and I don't know. That's not how I was raised. And I wouldn't want to. We saw what happened. We just saw what happened. How much hatred and negativity just started spewing and became openly acceptable. And now you've let that out. I don't think it gets put back in. And now we have four parties.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was always a Republican and my mom was always a Democrat. They always had peaceful conversations.
Yeah, it used to be that you could get along and respect the other person's opinion and see their point of view and understand why they might, feel that certain way. And
it was more about some moral stuff and some fiscal stuff. It wasn't the shit it is now. Like,
Yeah.
I think we're in trouble if it doesn't eventually like change in some way.
Yeah.
I think the system's unbelievably broken, and like I don't know. I think like you what happened to retirement age? They're 65. Fucking retire. Like that's the retirement age for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like why is the person running the country like medically what happens to someone at 80 for the majority of people, unless you're some uber amazing human being that has like done every anti-aging thing that a lot of, you know, Silicon Valley CEOs and stuff like that are doing. Like at 80, there's just so much going on, and you can see like Mitch McConnell on TV like a couple months ago where he just like
Yeah. Yeah, Mitch McConnell is a cancer on the country. I will say, in terms of the presidency, though, luckily the presidency is actually like hundreds of people and not just Joe Biden
Oh
or
no,
Donald Trump, right?
they're just puppets.
Yeah.
They always have been.
Well, I wouldn't say that they're puppets, but there's so much that's involved with that position that like anyone who's not completely insane anyway recognizes that they can't do it themselves, and so they defer to the experts in different areas. So even though it might be Joe Biden on TV saying this is the new economic plan, it's actually like, you know, a team of 30 people who are specialized in that area who made that plan, and it's just Joe Biden putting his stamp of approval on it. So in that regard, I'm a little bit less concerned about, you know, who somebody being 80 or 81 or 82 or whatever. But yeah, if someone's like fucking batshit insane and isn't going to listen to anybody's opinion and is just going to do whatever they think is right, regardless of...
And hire and fire if they have
Yeah.
a difference of opinion.
Yeah. That's... No matter how old you are, because the presidency is a position that has so much responsibility in such a wide area of responsibility that literally no one, no matter how good they are or how old they are, will ever have all the answers. They have to rely on the experts that, you know, they put on their team.
Sometimes I feel like there should be neutral experts
Yeah.
that are assigned to their team to create.
Yeah, but
I
who
don't know.
assigns them?
I don't know. I haven't come up with like a perfect. There's just got to be
Please-
a better way.
Yeah, please don't say Congress, because they can't fucking do anything.
No,
right?
no, they can't do anything in this country. No, it's just it's fascinating to me because I remember being excited to vote when I could first vote.
Yeah.
I remember like weighing the choices and the pros and the cons, and not necessarily like, I guess that's what I was also taught from having, you know, two different parents with two different views, is like you had that like comparison, and it was, you weren't picking the worst of two evils, I guess is the best way to put it. There was excitement and hope and those things, and I don't feel like that's how it works here anymore.
No.
It's like a fucking circus. I can't imagine Indy watching it from Canada.
I thought it was funny, but a lot of that shit trickles up here. And, yeah, kind of scary. We've got our conservative leader saying he wants to make Canada great again now.
Oh God, are you serious?
Yes.
Jesus.
And he's our only choice other than fucking Trudeau.
What is that like mentality? Like that's the one that I always question though. It's like, how do you read something on the internet and believe it's true, and even when someone shows you the evidence that it is not factual, and that's what scares me about AI, you still continue to believe it, and you will go to your damn grave thinking you're right, and there's no room for debate or open discussion.
That's the part that scares me too, because I am the kind of person, or at least I guess I should take a step back from that. I like to think that I'm the kind of person that if you show me evidence of something, no matter how much I believe in the opposite of that. You know, if you can prove to me that, you know, the opposite is true, that I will say, okay, well, you know, I recognize that I was wrong in the past, and
Yeah.
like it's, to me, evidence trumps whatever belief that I personally had. There's so many people who are the opposite of that, who think that, you know, even that it's virtuous to believe in the face of evidence. Despite the evidence, they think that, you know, it
Mind-blowing.
makes them a better person to continue to hold on to their belief in the face of whatever evidence may controvert that belief, and that makes them a better person for doing that. And that's the part of it that's scary to me, is the people that say, you know, I won't believe any evidence no matter what.
Like flat earthers.
Yeah, because it isn't what I believe, and that makes me a better person. Is that I will hold on to my belief in the face of any evidence.
Yeah, but do you like, so the next question is like, do you actually think that is and falls under mental illness?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so do I. Like that's like, I honestly believe that 46% of the population of the United States is mentally ill, and like brainwashing is part of like that mental illness, and they've been taken advantage of.
Yeah, I fully
Because there's no
agree
other
with
way
that.
for my
Yeah,
logical, factual, scientific brain to wrap my head around how that
But
many
everybody
people,
calls it the Fauci ouchie, so it's bad.
how someone could continue to support given what we've seen on display.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, I know people that originally voted for him, right? Like, we live in Santa Cruz, California, right? It is like notoriously, like, weed has been legal here forever, even though it was not necessarily legal. Like, Santa Cruz is like humble in a lot of ways, and it was a surfer, organic, crunchy granola, hippy dippy town with surfers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've lived here the majority of my life, right? We've left, we've lived in other states. We always come back. And we came back for good in like 2016. And what I had, during that year, like during an election year, like, and it was mind blowing to me how many Trump flags were in the neighborhoods, like, and how much had changed, and so many people were so excited about that. I get that, someone new, someone fresh, someone not with a political background, something different. I feel like they had so much hope. But if you now ask those same people, like, almost 90% of them are like, God help us.
Sure.
For 2024. And it's
Right.
like, okay, but then there's still like 2 Trump flags in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And like, I sit there thinking about, I don't get sick to my stomach or like that. I sit there thinking, what is their life like where they saw all this on display with their own eyes, but saw a totally different version. And then what is it about our brains where we can watch the same thing side by side? And like you're saying, like, in the face of all of that, they still are with their convictions. Whereas like, you can watch it, you can clearly see right from wrong, and you still stand your ground.
Right. Yeah. And that's the scary part to me.
That's like, and there's no having a conversation with those people, and it's not like what it used to be. Like, now everyone's just like, oh, don't talk politics, like, because it's so volatile. Whereas before, you could actually have like these amazing debates and conversations and pick people's brain and respect their side. All of that's like, I mean, honestly, I would never wish this upon anyone. I hope they both just die peacefully in their sleep before November.
Oh, yeah, and then we're gonna have Nikki Haley versus Kamala Harris. That'd be an interesting election.
I mean, I think it's better than the current
Yeah, probably.
alternatives. I still see Nikki Haley, and I still see sometimes like moments of sanity, but like, they're fleeting. You know, like
Sure.
I'm not quite sure, like, but for a lot of, like, her insulting Trump lately is interesting,
Yeah.
and I don't
Because
know
that's
if that's
political
like
suicide if she doesn't get. I think what she's
Correct.
banking on is that he's going to be in
In
jail
jail.
or indicted or something, and then she's going to be the next best option. So, and then
But will all those people that said they would never vote for a woman for president then turn and vote for a woman for president?
Right. And then, also on the other side of things, so just imagine a scenario where Trump is in jail and Joe Biden dies before November, right? Like, absolutely could happen.
Yep.
And
Not
then-
without the realm of possibility at all.
Yeah, and then what do we have? Nikki Haley versus Kamala Harris. Who's gonna win that? That's gonna be a fucking, very interesting. No matter who you are, on
Well,
the
yeah, and
political
Kamala's not as liked as people had hoped.
No.
She's terrible at speaking.
Yeah, she doesn't have the charisma of a successful
I feel like she
president, I don't think.
regrets. I feel like she
She
regrets.
she doesn't have the best words.
I feel like she regrets her decision
Yeah.
to take the nomination, because when she was in California, she's any other time she spoke in the past, it was, you can see between current clips and past clips, she seems like a very different person.
Oh yeah. I didn't really know much about her before she was the vice president, so I don't
forget
have any
what
context
title
there.
she held.
She was
but-
an AG, right? For
Yeah,
California.
yeah. And like those, what? And a senator, and those clips are very different. Like I see her and her quietness, and then when she talks, her stumbling, lack of grace, and it's like, do you just regret your whole decisions, like
Yeah.
all of them, like, and not want to be? And she, it was rumored that she had said that she did not want to be president and would not run, which
Yeah.
is also terrifying because
Well, she
then.
ran against. She was in the primary, in the
Yeah.
Democratic primary.
It's I don't think, I don't know, I look at other countries that are way more progressive and have younger people and women included, or people of color, and like if you look at what El Salvador is doing right now and putting all of the like cartel in jail and like using Bitcoin as their like nation's currency and rebuilding and increasing tourism, and like the crazy people just think it's off the wall crazy, but like they're flourishing in certain areas now that they've just, well, we're not scared of them anymore, we're going to put everybody in jail for life, have fun sitting there, like we're going to get rid of the corruption. Bold move, but so far it seems to be working for them. Like, I don't know why we're stuck in a system that is clearly no longer working for us. Everything else we innovate on, we haven't innovated on this.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem in U.S. politics in the last probably 15 years is the Supreme Court decision that said that money is free speech. I don't remember
Yes.
the name of the case.
I
But,
don't remember.
when you can't separate money from politics, then money is politics, and
Yep.
people with more money just have more political power, and that is antithetical to the way the United States was formed and has fundamentally changed the way that it runs in a bad way.
Even the increase of religion into politics, it was
Yeah.
never as prominent as it is now.
Yeah.
And infringing on people's human rights.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's like the shit that ultimately bothers. But like, you should never be able to govern anyone's body, period.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
And like all humans, regardless of what they choose to identify as, I don't care if they choose to identify as a goddamn fucking raccoon and walk around in a costume every day, they're still a human being. Like, I don't understand. I don't know. My mom even told me as a kid, like, even if you were raised a certain way, you probably would have questioned it and, like, ran away and, like, started a different life. Because I was always like, but why? But why? Like, all the time.
Target you.
Like, and I have gotten myself into sticky situations trying to help another human being where my mom would call them, I'd pick up strays. She's like, you gotta stop picking up strays. You're too kind to people.
Yeah.
Probably why I got into doing what I'm doing, but I just like those are the things for me. It's just like fundamentally, I'd love to see a candidate that reverses some of the stuff that has happened in the last 8 years, and actually take care of the people in this country. But
Yeah.
like that feels like a dream that would never happen. Like the healthcare system is totally crooked, and it's all based on how much pharmaceutical companies make and lobbyists, and it's just all it's all revolves around money.
Yep.
No one actually gives a shit about us.
Yeah, no one cares about people as individuals. They care about people as lines on a spreadsheet that contribute
Yes.
to the bottom line profit of
Yes.
X, Y, or Z corporation.
Which is not what the founding anything was about.
No.
Ever. But, you know, like
Yeah, and I, you know, at this point, kind of ashamed to admit, but back in 2015 or whatever, like, I was kind of open to the idea of a Trump presidency because I didn't know anything about the guy at the time other than he was rich, supposedly, right? But,
supposedly, yes.
yeah, at the time I was like, all right, a businessman. Sure, that makes sense. Why not have a businessman run the country for a while? But then I, being the person that I am, I'm like, all right, I need to learn more about this guy. So I start doing a little bit of research about Trump's, you know, past business and where his money came from and, you know, who he is as a person, and then start listening to the kind of things that he said. I'm like, actually, this is a bad fucking idea. This guy should not be president. And like, you know, but on the face of it, you say, okay, well, a successful, you know, quote unquote, a person with the appearance of a successful businessman runs the country, kind of makes sense, right? But maybe not this guy. Maybe let's try Mark Cuban instead. So
I can go for that.
Yeah.
I could go for that. I mean, I never even thought like. Do you remember? I remember when Palin and McCain.
Oh yeah,
made my stomach hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then McCain and all of this immediately after, like the things he said and like taking the opposite side and like standing for what he believed in. I was like, I never thought I'd look at you in that light where I'm like, oh, kind of a stand-up guy.
Yeah, I remember being in a hotel lobby watching that debate where a woman in the audience stands up and tells, like, when McCain is doing one of his, like, you know, campaign stops or whatever, and some woman stands up and she's like, I'm afraid of Barack Obama because I think he's a Muslim or whatever. And McCain, like, stops her. He, like, interrupts her, you know, cuts her off. And he's like, no, that is not who Barack Obama is. He's an honorable man. I would be glad to have him as my president. You know, I had so much respect for John McCain to take that position and to have the, you know, political bravery to say that.
That's
and
what I would
not
call
take
it.
that as an opportunity to fearmonger, you know, and to, because he absolutely could have played that up to his advantage, and he did not.
He chose not to.
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
the honorable thing. He you know, he said what he, and I had so much respect for him because of that. And I don't think, other than maybe Mitt Romney, I don't think there's a Republican in Congress today who would do the same thing.
No, Mitt's as close as it's come besides McCain. Everyone else is terrified, even though you know they outwardly oppose. They don't want to commit suicide.
Yeah,
And it would be political suicide.
and that's the sad, one of the many sad things to me is that, like, people
But if they
are afraid.
all-
Yeah, people are
If
afraid.
they all
to say,
collectively got together and said something, he has no power.
Yeah, but but there, you got to think that there's however many, you know, fucking batshit crazy people who are ready to come in and take their position and, you know, primary them, and, you know, the next time an election comes up, they'll take their spot, and then it'll be like, it won't be the Republican Party anymore, it'll be the Trump Party. Because
Terrifying.
there's enough, you know, crazy psycho people who will come in and take and run for those spots in the Senate or the House or whatever, that they feel like they have to toe the line or they're going to lose their seat.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Telling you, I give it like 4 more years. If Trump becomes president, California will secede from the United States. They'll take Oregon and Washington with them, along with Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
We have enough capital just from weed and produce that, like, I mean, if you look at the map of how much California brings in, like, I don't know if people will continue to tolerate it. And people think I'm joking when I say that, and I'm like, no, like, I'm not kidding you.
Yeah, and you know, and that's another very scary and legitimate concern, is we might have a civil war brewing here in the next 2 to 4 years, depending on how the election turns out.
And
that's terrifying.
People are fed up, right? And in history, when people have gotten this fed up, there's an uprising.
Mm-hmm.
And like at some point, we've seen dribbles of it on one side. At some point, it's bound to happen again.
Yeah.
And like Newsom just banned Red 40, right? Like, and gave 0 fucks that like the rest of the Midwest laughed at him. Like, it's fascinating. I mean, they tried to recall him twice now, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like Chin and I, like, wait, why are they recalling? Oh, they're mad about COVID? Like, what are you talking? Like, what? You're mad because you had to wear a mask?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like,
They still are.
yes. Oh, I mean, I went into like my 4-wheel drive guy. I remember it was only like recently after things opened up, and he looked at me. He's like, "Take off the fucking mask." And I'm like, "Excuse me? Is it bothering?" I'm like, "No, I have a compromised immune system." He's like, "Ugh." And I'm like, "Who knew that it could become so political for people?"
Mm-hmm.
But again, people made it, and it's just it like blows my mind, the differencing of it's like polar opposite. But there's so many people that are just like, people have flooded California. The bubble's gonna pop. Things will eventually get cheaper, and if certain things keep happening in certain states, like you're already seeing people leave those states because they're no longer protected human beings.
Yeah.
There's a whole, I don't know if you guys know, there's a whole network of private pilots flying women from states that have banned abortion for free to other states.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Knowing they could very well be charged with a felony.
Mm-hmm.
They're still doing it. It's all individual pilots and teams working together, and it's like, you want to go get pizza? I hear California has good pizza. That's like was the line. Of course, it changed now because it got out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, at some point, people are going to continue, as their rights are stripped away. There will be an uprising, and I'm if I'm not mistaken, there's still a higher female population than male.
Yeah.
Something is going to give, and at some point, it's going to become very ugly, and I am absolutely terrified of that. Like, I never thought I'd look at a map and be like, want to go retire, wait, what are their laws?
Yeah, and isn't that fucking sad? Like, it was.
Yeah.
It didn't. It wasn't like this 10 years ago. It didn't have to be this way.
Like, Chin and I were just looking at, my dad was raised in the Black Hills in South Dakota, and we were watching something, and it was South Dakota, Spearfish, South Dakota. And I was like, my God, it's so pretty there. And I was like, wouldn't it be great to retire somewhere with that much greenery up north?
Right. Or
Chin and I laughed. It's like, I don't think we could live there. And I went, why? He's like, that's some heavy duty MAGA land.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, I would love to take my daughter to Disney World, but I mean, a legitimate part of my decision process is, do I really want to contribute to the GDP of Florida, and pay taxes in Florida that are going to support Florida's Republican Party and Republican policies? Like, I hate
And
that that's a part of my decision process.
Well, they're really mad at Disney, so there's that.
Yeah, but I still am going to pay tax
But-
on every purchase that I make in
Exactly.
the state of Florida.
Exactly.
And it shouldn't be that way.
It shouldn't be part of your decision process, especially something as amazing as travel with your kids and like showing them the world. But do you really want to show them the world as it is right now?
Yeah, but that hurts Florida too. Nobody in Florida wants me to not spend my money in Florida. They want me to go there, right? But so
One of the companies I interviewed for, the first thing they said is they had their sales kickoff. They hosted it in Orlando, and I had to physically restrain from like twinging in my body
yeah,
because like, my God, you picked Orlando as a destination for your entire global team to like celebrate something. I would be like, no, thanks, I'm good, because I wouldn't want to go to Florida either.
yeah.
Have you taken her to Disneyland?
I went to Disneyland when I was a kid, but my parents lived in Sacramento at the time.
Oh, yeah, that's easier.
Yeah. And then we
What
lived
state are you in right now?
Indiana. So
That's
quite a bit closer to Florida.
It's a trek.
Yeah.
We're about 6 hours with no traffic. It's quieter these days.
Yeah.
We've always wanted to see Disney World too. My adopted brother lives in Orlando.
Oh, nice.
He's always trying to get us to come visit, and I was like, no one visits Florida unless they go to Disneyland.
I tell
Disney
you,
World.
here in the Midwest, Florida is like the vacation destination. Everybody visits Florida. It's sickening in a way, but
Kind of like how everyone from Boston retires in Florida.
yeah, yep. And my wife has multiple family members in Florida. I have multiple family members in Florida. Everybody at work that you talk to is like, oh, so and so in Florida, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here that left. Interesting how many. There was a lot of people here that left in the pandemic that didn't agree with California's restrictions or laws at the time, that moved to Florida, especially Gulf side and all those like really pretty islands.
Mm-hmm.
And then they, and besides, California's earthquake country, and then they got a rude awakening twice back to back this
Hurricane
last
country.
year. Yes.
Yep.
And they're like, my God. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's Florida. But, yeah, you have to, like, think about those decisions, which it's just, it would be really great. Like, Chin and I were, like, drawing a map of, like, wanting to take the camper and do, like, a cross-country trip. And, like, there were certain states, it's like, I only want to spend X amount of time there, like, passing through. And this is what I'd want to see while I was there, but like I don't want to stay like a long time.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was like 10 years ago, it was like I want to see every state.
I have many wares.
Yeah, my grandparents had a camper and they visited all 48 states. They were really proud of the fact that they got to all 48, continental states. What kind of camper do you have?
We have a Taxa Mantis. Company that was started by some ex-NASA engineers.
Oh, interesting.
It's a bit more modern and not your traditional camper when you think about it. It's about 19 feet. And its top pops up like a old VW van would.
Okay, yeah.
But at a like crocodile greater than symbol. And so Chin, he's 6'2". He can actually stand up in it nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then the dinette turns into a almost queen size bed. There's a shower and a toilet that collapse down into like a box. And then there's bunk beds, which is where the dogs usually go. And then a full kitchen. And it tows with the Forerunner.
Sounds really nice.
Yeah, we saved and saved and saved. We used to have a rooftop tent. But as we got older, like getting up in the middle of the night if you had to go to the bathroom, using the ladder in general was like a little bit sketch at times. And we decided we wanted something a little bit more comfortable. I don't know. I think the older you get, just in general, using a public restroom while camping is, especially pit toilets, like just like in the middle of the night, especially if you've had a bunch of cocktails or whatever. Yeah, no. But we saved and saved for it. We got it 2 years ago. We've done about 15 camping trips since. We love it. The only challenge is parking it at times. The dream would be, you know, to have a camper van, like one of the Sprinters built out, so you can like stop at a hotel and shower and all that versus
Yeah.
and not have like there's not a whole lot of places, especially that we've found that we could actually park the camper and stay in a hotel if we wanted to transition. And you know, in California, in general, camping, if you're not booking 6 months ahead for a reservation, first come first serve is like a joke. Doesn't happen.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you're kind of like SOL and you need to find the nearest Walmart. Walmart still allows you to camp in their
Yeah.
parking lots. But we like it. It works for us and well, now one dog. She gets the bunks and she has her half of the camper and that. We have ours. And I don't know, like we only use the kitchen inside. Still curious as far as camping. We only use the kitchen inside for coffee while it's still cold in the morning. We still wash our dishes outside and cook outside and do that whole thing. But it's got a full stove if you're under 5,000 feet. That's the only downside. If you're above 5,000 feet, the Dometic stove doesn't work. Some sort of altitude issue, pressure, safety.
What kind of stove did you
fail-safe.
say?
A Dometic?
Dometic? I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's a brand. They make a bunch of higher end camping things like stoves and toilets.
Electric coolers.
What makes it not work at higher altitudes?
So it's propane based and there's like a fail safe that like after 5,000 feet, the igniter, it'll suction cup. There's a workaround, but you gotta unscrew everything and then bang the shit out of it till the suction cup pops again. But it's some internal safety thing that they have, and I don't know what it has to do with the propane and the altitude, because you can still turn on the damn heat, just the stove.
It has to do with like the pressure in the lines, and with the higher altitudes, something to do with the pressure throws off the propane being able to feed through the lines and the valves. Because there's some gasket in there or something like that. That doesn't fully open with the higher altitude pressures.
Yeah, because there'd be less pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Azralon. No, thank you.
I'm waiting for them to make a version of it. There's people that have done like modifications to fix it. Again, it's just our coffee. It's like a nice to have, you know, 40 degrees outside in the morning.
Sure.
Still, I mean, at least here in the Sierras, still butt cold. In summer.
Indy's
In
like,
the
what are
morning.
you talking about? That's a warm summer day.
That's shorts and t-shirt weather right there.
Don't even need the T-shirt.
Yeah, Taxa Outdoors is a really cool company, and they made a bunch of different sizes. There's like a one you pull behind you that will sit your like rooftop tent at a lower level, and then they have like what's the Tiger Moth, which is just a small, almost one person or very two person snug. It can be pulled by like a regular sedan almost, if you had a tow hitch. And then they make a Cricket, which is a little bit bigger, and then the Mantis. They're all after.
You said you have the Mantis?
We have the Mantis.
Gotcha.
Our friends have the Cricket. We blame them. They have a small business that rents campers and that. And a lot of people will rent them to like try it out before they buy it. Chin drove all the way to Las Vegas with his mom. Pick it up. They went on a little road trip together. It was adorable. He'd never towed anything.
That was fun.
It was quite the adventure. And, you know, of course, when you're camping, it happened when we had the rooftop tent, because Tapui used to be, like, around the corner from us. They were a Santa Cruz-based company. When we had the rooftop tent, it was before they had really been popular. And, like, everyone would stop, and they'd be like, can I peek in? And so we get that with the Mantis, too. People are like, oh, can I go inside?
I'm looking at their website. I like the woolly bear.
Yeah, the woolly bear is the one you put the rooftop tent on, and then everything pulls out. Yeah. We thought about that one for a little while, but still the whole ladder in the middle of the night if you got to go to the bathroom.
Right.
sucks.
Yeah, that looks a little bit...
And we had at the time a
dangerous.
16-year-old dog, and like hoisting her up into something above our heads was a bit challenging. They did a new model. They raised the prices, and they made the bathroom completely like compactable. Added a table there from the bunk that you can sit on. Literally right after we did it. We probably wouldn't have, but I was just kind of bummed that the idea that we kind of brainstormed after our first trip about the bathroom and having a table there is what they came out with. Damn it. That's the only time you'll see us disappear is like a week in June, a week in July, and a week in August. We go get lost in the mountains. So we live in a tourist.
Nothing wrong with that.
Being outdoors, hiking, kayak. We have an inflatable kayak. Questionable.
Interrupt. Charging. Move. Interrupt.
So if you were in Sacramento, how'd you end up in Indiana?
Dad was in the Air Force.
Charging.
So he was in Sacramento.
Okay.
He was stationed at Mather Air Force Base. And then he went from Mather to I think it's called Fort Williamson, but they always called it Willie Base when I was a kid. So that's how I know it is Willie Base in Arizona. And then he was discharged and then moved back home, which was northern Indiana. And then he got a job at a utility company down here in southern Indiana, which is where I just have stayed since then.
I'm familiar with some of those. My grandfather was in the Air Force.
Yeah.
My mom.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say my mom's lived in almost every state.
Oh yeah.
They stopped in Colorado. That's where he went after he retired.
Yeah. Yeah. My parents met in Michigan. My mom was from Michigan. Dad was stationed somewhere in Michigan, and that's where he met my mom. And then he got moved to California. But Dad was a tail gunner in a B-52. So he
hardcore.
He had to go wherever Strategic Air Command decided he needed to be.
AOE incoming.
Crazy.
Watch all. Interrupt.
I think my mom and her siblings, they're all born in different states of different countries. They were in Germany for a while.
That's pretty cool.
Uh-huh. I think that's where... he met my grandmother in London. And then... I don't know, they were in a lot of bases. The Willie one sounded familiar. My mom's stories. But Colorado is where they ended up stopping, but none of the kids were ever born in Colorado. They were all born in different places. Why are you still in this?
For too long I was bound by the shackles of the Titans. Now my mind is open to infinite possibilities.
But yeah, I've been back to California twice. Both times to visit Yosemite, because that was Dad's favorite place in California.
So gorgeous.
Yeah, it's amazing. We went once when I was in junior high, and then once again shortly after I graduated college.
You've been more than Chin.
I was just gonna say I was born and raised here in California, and I've only been to Yosemite once, and that was about 8 years ago?
Yeah.
On an anniversary trip for Faye and I.
Yeah.
We just, growing up, we always went other places because it was always so busy.
Did you watch Free Solo documentary?
The which one?
Free Solo, where he climbs El Capitan with nothing.
Oh, no, I have not.
Oh god.
That guy's fucking nuts.
Great views of Yosemite watching it if you're not busy, almost vomiting.
An infinite vision guides me.
It's this young guy's whole journey to do it
with no equipment.
No equipment.
No ropes, no nothing.
Not nothing.
That's ridiculous. Holy shit.
It's intense. Even his camera crew and everything else, they're like scared, more scared than I've really ever seen human beings in any kind of sporting. Like it's literally life and death. One slip, one move, and it's just like. But the cinematography, like the drone shots, they got the camera guys that actually climbed with equipment next to him.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anyone's really ever taken that expensive equipment up the side of El Capitan and gotten the views of the valley that they did, and it's just we camped there every summer as kids.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know my mom hated camping. We would always go to Yosemite for a week, and then we'd go to Pine Mountain Lake next door for a week and stay in a friend's cabin.
Yeah.
It was actually a friend of a friend, and for us, like, I grew up in apartments and that, like, so it was very fancy to me and special because
Watch your step.
we probably would have never been able to afford something like that. But I never understood ever why we spent a week camping and then we spent a week in this cabin. And I didn't find out until a few years ago when I asked my mom when she was coming to visit if she wanted to go camping with us. She's like, I hate camping. I was like, excuse me? I was like, we went camping every year until I was like 15.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, why do you think we stayed at the cabin for a week? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, that was the compromise with her boyfriend at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, he loved camping, she didn't. Like, that was the agreement. Like, yes, we can take the kids to Yosemite, but afterwards I need to stay somewhere with a shower and a toilet.
Nice.
But even the campground, like, that we used to camp at in Yosemite has been closed for a long time now. They had some gnarly flooding this year as well, and last year. But it's, like, Chin's face when he saw Half Dome. It's like, how, I don't understand how you never saw this growing up, like, living, what, 3 hours from it?
Yeah, about 5.
Breath incoming.
Yeah, for me, it was 2 things. It was driving through that tunnel, and then you come out of the tunnel, and then you get the view of the 3 brothers and Half Dome and El Capitan all at once. It's like, I think I read somewhere once that it's like the most photographed place in the entire world, and like you absolutely understand why when you see it, because it's just incredible. And then driving up to, or not driving up to, walking up to Bridal Veil Falls, and then you kind of like, because it's just a hike through the woods for most of it, right? It's just, I mean, it's enjoyable, but it's just like hiking through the woods anywhere. But then you break through a clearing, and then you've got the waterfall like right in front of you, and it's just like takes up your entire not attention, that's not the right word, but like it's all that you can focus on. It just it commands your attention in a way that, like, up until that point anyway, nothing else for me had ever done, and I was just in awe of it.
Yeah, I'd love to actually go back and spend some time and do some of the hikes. Because even when we were there, we only drove through on our way to Vegas, and so we were there for like an hour and a half. We kind of checked out the lodge, and we didn't get a chance to do any of the hikes at all.
Yeah, we got lunch, and I wanted to make sure he at least saw, like, Valley, El Capitan, Half Dome.
Interrupt.
I saw
a
Mount
kid.
Rushmore.
Hey,
I haven't seen that yet. What was that like?
That was pretty cool. And Mount Crazy Horse. I'm not sure if they ever finished.
Torm, did you ever do Vernal Falls?
Let's see. I remember the name. I think we did. Is that the one you have to hike to? It's like an hour hike or so.
It's like the whole mist trail, and you get wet most of the hike.
Yeah, and there's like a bridge that goes across the river that comes down from it. Yep, we did that one. Yep.
That was the one it was a hard, challenging one as a kid, but they wanted to teach us how to do hard things. A lot of times the mist trail is basically a rain trail. But when you get to the top, it's kind of like what you were explaining with Bridal. Like, you're just like, commands your attention. It's like, holy shit. And as a kid, like, going, oh, there's the reward. I haven't seen too many national parks. Still want to see, like, Glacier and Yellowstone.
Yeah,
We
the
did
only-
Death Valley though.
That was
Not
cool.
much to see. It's cool, but there's not much to see.
It's like
Yeah.
driving on Mars.
Yeah, the only other national park I've really spent any time in is Hoosier National Park, and that's because I live right next to it, and it's good deer hunting territory. So
Yeah, we have like a scratcher thing in the camper with all the national parks. You get to scratch them off after we stay in them.
yeah,
But we decided you couldn't scratch them off if we hadn't stayed in them in the camper or individually. We had to do it together.
yeah.
So nothing's been scratched off yet, but we did see Death Valley in Yosemite. Death Valley was 120 plus when we drove through that summer. Got out of the car and I had to change my shoes because I was wearing flip-flops that were made out of yoga mat material, like super cushy and comfortable, especially for a hot summer. They immediately melted on the asphalt. And it's weird, like there's people that like live there and work there, and you're like trying to wrap your head around like, what do you do here? Because it does. I'm sure they've filmed plenty of movies in Death Valley for space simulation.
The moon landing.
Fake news.
Yeah, I think I was like 12 when we did a little trip down into the States. Saw Mount Rushmore, and the farthest south we got was like the southern border of South Dakota. I went to this Flintstones park that's
I've
since
seen
closed.
of that one on TV.
Yeah.
It was so cool.
World's biggest ball of yarn.
I think in Deadwood, South Dakota, we went into like an old decommissioned gold mine or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
I want to
That
visit
sounds
Deadwood
awesome.
one day. Visit the spot where Wild Bill was shot.
I can't remember.
Watch your step.
Chin, where did you say that you guys were going when you only spent about an hour or so in Yosemite?
Vegas.
That's funny.
So we took the long way to Vegas from the
Yeah.
Bay Area.
Yeah. We spent about an hour in Vegas on our way to Yosemite.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's the only time we've been to Vegas. We stopped at the Bellagio. We lost about $20, and then we're like, all right, we got to get back on the road.
Well, at least you went to the Bellagio. It's like one of the best spots to go to.
Yeah.
Right now they have, well, they've had it for a couple years. They have the botanical gardens set up. It's one of the most beautiful indoor botanical gardens I've ever seen.
Oh yeah. When was
Yeah,
this?
it's nice.
I think the installation went up in 2018.
Okay,
And
yeah,
they,
that was.
they usually keep them
They-
for a bit.
They changed the display like several times a year.
Gotcha. Yeah, we were there in, gosh, what would it have been? Probably 2010, something like that. So it was a while back.
They did like, they still have some of them hanging there. They did a hand blown like glass flowers for a time being. I used to go every year for my birthday.
Oh yeah.
Started on my 21st and didn't stop for like 9 years. But the Bellagio is one of like the best as far as, well, sweets, food, display, things to do inside the hotel. You picked a good one. If you ever go back, instead, like, one of the things that's really amazing to see if you appreciate Yosemite is Red Rock Canyon.
Okay.
Most people don't think of Vegas and just think of the Strip, but it's about 23 minutes off the Strip. And they just finished rehabbing it, all the pathways and the parking lots and everything. And it's just amazing. There's some great hikes, and even if you just drive through, there's some amazing. It's an amazing drive. I think it's like 13 miles that swirls through, but it's like, it's just really cool. Like kind of like Red Rocks, just out in the middle of Vegas, that doesn't get as much love as it probably should.
Mm-hmm.
We go every time now. And, you know, if it's summer, you got to get up really early to do the hike. But in November, December, January, it's a beautiful afternoon hike. 70 degrees out.
What was that 2018, I think, when we drove down to Vegas? Almost drove the entire fucking Interstate 15.
Say, that's a really long drive.
Yeah.
It's kind of a neat drive, though. It's almost like you're in a valley the entire way. Until you get to Butte, and then you gotta actually drive through the mountains. That was scary, getting to my first corner in the mountains, and the speed limit said 75 miles an hour. Oh, okay, I can do this. What's the speed limit? I was in a big, like, 3/4 ton truck. Everybody was leaning. Like, whoa, so I gotta slow the fuck down. I'm a flatlander here.
People drive crazy how people drive, especially on like really desolate, like even in Death Valley, like where there's no CHP and they know they can just go.
Shockwave.
Always wondered how people made some really good time on those highways in the middle of nowhere, and now I know. The one that scared the shit out of us was in Idaho. Next, Stanley, Idaho to Sun Valley, you know, where all the rich people go. Chin was driving, and I was on the outside edge, and like even he was nervous on the inside edge. There's like no room and no guardrail. Do people drive this all the time?
Hopefully they're sober.
Right? Because, you know, it's hundreds and hundreds of feet.
Shockwave. Breath incoming. Shockwave. Watch your step. Shockwave.
I think we're planning on going back to Vegas in about a year or so. We were going to go every 2 years, and then COVID happened.
What do you guys like to do there?
Just
Shows,
drink and
gambling?
gamble. Drink. And shows, yeah.
What type of gambling do you like?
All the titty shows. And slot machines.
Make
The
it
slot
drag
machines
into
mostly.
those.
Yeah.
Chin likes craps. I like blackjack. I've been playing blackjack since I was tyke.
We like the turn brain off, push button.
I mean, that works too, especially if you're drinking.
I find I burn through too much money with the slots.
Yeah.
At least on the craps table, I can make it last for a while.
We did 11 nights last time we went.
Wow, 11 nights.
Hot damn.
Had to take 2 days off in the middle.
Oh. I would think so. We usually do 4 and then we're done.
I got orange.
I like people watching. People watching in Vegas. Fascinating. There's some good hole in the wall joints that are some of the best food in the States there too, like sushi and Thai. Off the strip. I'll like plan our whole trip by like finding like places where Anthony Bourdain went
Oh,
that are
nice.
super cheap.
Yeah, he was so entertaining.
Oh my god, I miss him. Although Stanley's Tucci's finally in Italy is not bad, but it's still not a replacement. But I like learning about people's food and traditions around it. And
We face enemies above and below.
there's a Thai food place that Bourdain went to there, and it's like order off the back of the menu from the Northern Thai, and you gotta wait. You gotta wait if you don't have an appointment for hours, and all of a sudden we got in half an hour. We were so excited. I don't think we could walk when we left there. We tried it like everything.
Nice.
But like the duck Penang, which I'd never even had duck, I was like, why not? Apparently you can't get the Penang and not get duck because it's not traditional. Pretty damn good.
One of the main things that we do under there too is just do like, I don't know, a good chunk of the strip every day. Just go check out all the casinos, see what's changed. I walk through the Bellagio and check out their
Installations.
yeah.
They do a really good job. Have you ridden the roller coaster or anything like at New York, New York?
No, Mika did all the rides.
I've never ridden them. I don't like roller coasters. But I like to watch them. We saw a hockey game there too, which was fun. You got to see the Sharks play the Knights.
Nice.
Playoff game. I think that's actually why we went.
No,
It wasn't?
it was the last game of the season.
Last game. Okay, that's what it was. And don't go down MLK Boulevard. Even if Waze tells you to.
Oh, what I did do last time was the zip line over Fremont Street.
Oh, really? How
That
was
pretty
that?
fun.
We've always wanted to.
A bit scary at first, but it was fun shortly after.
How long does it last?
It's pretty long.
It's a pretty good chunk.
Watch your step.
And the abrupt ending was a little scary too.
Yeah, how it stops you.
Yeah, he just hit like a dead end, and I thought the fucking cable broke or something.
Watch your step.
You're still doing a fair speed when you hit the end.
You need an adjustment after that.
Mhm.
Ooh, somebody got the mount.
Oh, you saw
Nice.
it?
The Quantum
Wait, which mount?
Courser.
Oh, which one's that?
The one that gives you an amount
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
past that you
Okay,
don't
so it
have.
still exists. I felt like they nerfed the drop rate of that.
Yeah, I got one earlier this week.
Oh, would it give you the Valentine's Day one?
No, it gave me some kind of panther thing, Swift Zulian panther.
Oh, that's from ZG. Yeah.
Which is fine, it's whatever, but of course I was hoping for Invincible, which...
Aw. Dream smashed.
Yeah. Or at least Ashes of Alar, you know.
I have that one. It took a long time to farm.
Oh, very nice. I'm hoping to circumvent that.
It took a long time to farm.
And
I tend to focus on one and just park my tunes outside.
Mm-hmm.
And just try and focus on one, otherwise it feels like it's a never-ending battle.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, like the Tusks of Manaroth? Lots
Yeah.
of people spend a lot of time farming that.
Yes. Myself.
The very first drop that I ever got from Rise was the Quantum Shoulder Pads. And as I'm clicking this, I think to myself, I'm like, huh, I wonder if the Tusks of Manaroth are like in the loot table for this thing. And then it pops up, Tusks of Manaroth, and I'm like,
hot damn.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, I had spent zero effort farming that, like, ever. And it just fucking gives it to me. And so, it's like, you know, that line that Obi-Wan says in Star Wars, like, I just heard the screams of 1,000 souls scream out. I'm like, yeah, I just heard millions of souls scream out. No!
Yeah, we farm it. Both of those. Especially it's individual loot now. We just go together.
Yeah.
I don't think they exist. I don't think Invincible exists either, though. I have like almost 1,000 kills on it.
Oh, Mika could show you.
Yeah, I saw. I went lucky girl, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Our first kill, we had no idea. We started playing in Warlords of Draenor, and once we got up to like max level, we started checking out old raids and stuff like that. And fucking first time we went through ICC, it dropped.